Morning, everyone. I'd like to call the meeting to order. This is the Commission for Independent Education. My name is Trey Williams. I'm the chair of the commission, and today is March 27th, 2026. Ms. Hood isn't here with us. Would you mind calling the roll in her stead?
Happy to. Chairman Williams.
Present.
Vice Chair Stefano.
Present.
Commissioner Caballero.
Present.
Commissioner Litbeck.
Present.
Commissioner Lynn.
Present.
Commissioner Giuliano.
Present.
I'd like to remind everyone, as I put my phone on silent as well, to do the same so that your phones don't ring and interrupt our discussions. And please stand. It's now time for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Really appreciate you guys being here this morning. Hopefully you've had your second cup of coffee. Due to time constraints and a pretty large agenda today, we are going to forego the introduction of visitors. The first item on our agenda, Section 7, is an informal hearing. The informal hearing for number 1 and 2 has been continued to May 26th meeting and has been moved from the agenda forward into, I think, what is May 28th or so. And that will move us to Section 8, which is our improper school closures. There is one item in this agenda. That is Strack Institute, Ocala, number 6266. If you are here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourselves. Okay. Commissioners, I believe staff recommendations has found that the institution has failed to conduct an orderly closure pursuant to Section 1005, Florida Administrative Code. Director, do we have any new information? No. Okay. Is there any discussion? Then without a representative and without discussion, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 6266?
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. We now move forward to Section 9, final orders. There is one institution in this section. That is SMTL, School of Faith and Nursing, Ocoee, number 4413. If you are here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourselves. No one? All right. Director, I will let you set this one up.
So we are now turning to the matter of SMTL School of Faith and Nursing versus the Florida Commission for Independent Education, DOA case number 24-4872. The commission has it before it a proposed final order addressing the administrative law judge's recommended order in this case. Mr. Chase Jones, Assistant General Counsel to the Florida Department of Education, is joining us virtually this morning to serve as counsel to the commission on this item. Mr. Jones is present in his capacity as administrative prosecutor. Mr. Jones, the floor is yours for any further directions or comments.
Good morning and thank you. Just wanted to introduce myself. I'm Chase Jones, an Assistant General Counsel in the Office of the General Counsel for the Florida Department. I'm here just to provide any legal advice during this portion of the hearing, and nice to meet everyone.
Thank you for being here. Before the commissioners discuss or take a vote on this matter, I want to ensure that there's no one from the institution who wishes to address a statement to the commission. If you're present here, please step forward and introduce yourselves. All right. I suppose there is no one here then. Mr. Jones, is there anything that you wish to advise us of before we take a vote in the absence of a representative to have a further discussion?
Nothing to add at this time. I don't believe if any questions arise as y'all are going through the final order, I think it would just be best to address them then, but nothing as of right now.
Understood. All right. Commissioners, there are discussions? Then is there a motion to adopt the draft final order before you today?
So move. Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion is adopted. In addition to that, Commissioners, is there a motion to delegate to the chair authority to sign the final order on the commission's behalf?
So move. Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion is adopted as well. Mr. Jones, does that satisfy the needs of the commission for the final order?
Yes, I believe so.
All right. Thank you for your help with this today, sir.
Thank you. Have a good one.
All right. Moving right along. Non-degree institutional licensure. Institutions ordered to submit reports to the commission. There are 5 items in this section. Do I have a motion to accept these items by consent?
So move. Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Director, I have note that you would like to pull number 4. Do you have any additional?
No additional.
All right. Commissioner Caballero, do you have any additional?
None additional.
Commissioner Litvak?
None.
Commissioner Stefano?
None additional?
Commissioner Lynn?
No.
Commissioner Giuliano?
None.
Then do I have a motion? Do I have anyone representing those institutions who wishes to speak before the commission, before we take motions? Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for institutions ordered to submit reports to the commission, items 1 through 3 and 5?
Motion. Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That moves us to number 4, which is Mortec Institute Corp. Hialeah, number 3398. If you are here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. Hi, thank you for being here. I believe I saw you this morning at the coffee stand. Would you step to here, please?
Good morning to everyone.
Thank you. Would you mind introducing yourself for the record, please?
My name is Emily Reloba. I'm the director for Mortec Institute.
Thank you for being here. Have you had the opportunity to familiarize yourself with staff recommendations that we're taking motions on here today?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have questions or comments about that?
No.
Okay. Commissioners, you have the report before you. Do you have questions or discussions?
And so thank you for appearing today. So one of the, if you look at the last notice of intent for Mortec Institute, the number 6 was as a condition of provisional licensure, the institution was ordered to appear via personal representative at this March 27th public meeting to address the commissioner's outstanding concerns over the institution's recent lack of compliance with licensure standards. And that stemmed from your previous clerked order, which reflected several deficiencies in your application process. At this time, the institution has been working with staff to correct those deficiencies. On page 122 of the summary sheet in front of you is where we are currently. There's a couple of things still outstanding that we're working with the institution with to complete in order to have a complete application, but this was a condition of licensure for a personal representative to speak to the commissioner about their lack of compliance.
Thank you, Director. Ma'am, how have things been going since you've been working with Commission to bring this to close?
Everything has been great. I really have no complaints with the specialists that have spoken with me. I did go through a very difficult medical issue in the last year. I spoke to Ariel Trung and Angela Shelby regarding that. In the beginning, you asked me if I had any questions. One of the things that I'm a little confused with is that we submitted all the documents twice with completion of all the documents that were asked about, that we needed for licensure. And then I kept sending things back, but I don't know what happened but we are still working, and we're still willing to work to make sure that this, is corrected.
Well, thank you. Do you have anyone on your team that can help supplement your efforts in times like that, or are you the person who kind of carries the brunt of
Well, it's just myself, but
Right.
basically, but I do, I was really surprised to see that things were not there, because I kept submitting, but
Sure.
things happen, and I understand. And throughout the time that I was submitting, that's the time that I was very, very sick
Yes,
and
ma'am.
hospitalized twice.
Well,
so.
we will be praying for your continued help and hope
Thank
that
you.
you navigate
And no
that.
excuse again, no excuse, that's
No,
my situation.
no, it's a real thing, and we hope that you're healthy now.
I do want to mention that we, last year, came to the commission, we did our license, everything was fine. We actually had our 5-year reaccreditation, and Ms. Hurst sent me a letter that we were in good standings. I always try to make sure that MORTEC is where it needs to be. But I will tell the commission, I will make sure that all that is needed is corrected, and
Yeah.
take it from
Well,
there.
We'll look at this in hindsight as an anomaly among your otherwise
Yes.
compliant record. And thank you for being here to help clear all of that up. Right here.
And just to speak to the outstanding records, there was an email sent to you from, it should have been from our staff, on March the 13th, which will outline, it has it in bold and highlighted what we're waiting for. There's still a couple of items, and I'll kind of read a couple of them real quick. The CGII forms and copies of the checks were received. We're waiting for them to clear. So we have to have those clear, and then your background checks will be completed once those are cleared. So there's no further action on your part at that time. For your 8 continuing education hours that we asked you to submit, we still need one for Emily Reloba, the school director. The documentation we have is over a year old, so we need it within that last year. So if you have it, go ahead and just resubmit it to your program specialist. For your updated faculty list, your 401, that needs to include your current license information. We received a file that was titled 401, but the actual documents inside are just the I&A forms.
Okay. As far as my continuing education, everything was submitted. It was submitted along with, I made it clear that it was my mistake on the 401, but all the documentation that we have just spoken about have been submitted.
Did you submit this after the 13th of March?
I would have to check. I really don't know, but I know that everything was sent to Ms. Trung.
Check that for me, because if it's what I'm looking at is from March 13th,
Right.
so if you sent it after, we probably just haven't processed yet. If you haven't, if you check your records and you think you sent it before the 13th, but you still have this letter, double check what you sent us, because there's still something that we're seeing that we have questions about.
Okay.
Resubmit what they're asking you to resubmit, and then that way we can process it.
Okay, and that's why I said it was a little bit unclear to me, because it was submitted a few times. And I don't know if it's just not getting there or something happened along the way.
Well, anytime you submit documents to the commission, we review all of them against the actual standards. So if we're still finding any kind of errors or mismatches, we'll reach back out to you and ask you to submit the corrected documentation. So it's not necessarily that you didn't send something to us. It may have been something that wasn't quite compliant with the standards, and then
Okay.
we'll ask you for additional documentation to clarify that.
Okay,
So right now, you only have a couple of things. The things that I'm seeing are minor that are left over, but check your email for the March the 13th email, and then see if you've submitted something after that fax.
Okay.
And if
I
not,
will.
you're welcome to email me and get with me, and
Thank
we
you.
will
Thank you,
work
Ms.
you
Hurst.
through the rest of the process. You're close, but you have a couple things left on here for us to correct.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. I really appreciate the commission's help. Like I said, things happen, and we
Yes,
have to
ma'am.
continue. But,
Yeah.
okay.
Well, thank you for coming up from Hialeah. I know that's a drive, but you can see it makes the conversation so much easier for us to sort through this in person.
Absolutely.
And it sounds administrative more than anything else. So,
And thank you, Ms. Harris, for allowing me to email you.
well, if there's no other discussion, then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 3398?
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you, ma'am. We'll get it sorted out in the next few weeks.
Thank you so much.
Enjoy your day.
Have a great day.
The next item on the agenda is application for provisional licensure. There are 11 items in this section. We will take these individually, as with all application for provisional licensures. The first item on the agenda is Destiny Dental Assisting Academy, Destin number 13612. We'll do all those at once, yep. So if you're here from that institution, from Destiny Dental, please step forward and introduce yourself. Hi, good morning.
Good morning. I'm Marnie Corbin from Destiny Dental Assisting Academy. I'm the owner and director.
Good morning. I'm Joseph Corbin, Program Manager for Destiny Dental Assisting Academy.
Thank you both for being here this morning. I know you probably have navigated a months-long process to stand here today, and thank you for doing that.
Thank you.
Are you aware of the staff recommendations that looks to include one contingency around faculty listing that we're taking motions on here today?
Yes, I already have it all ready to go. So
Outstanding.
Yeah.
There is a 90-day window on that clerked order, so if it's ready, we'll have to make sure we supply it to the commission prior to the expiration of that
I'll send it right now.
timeline. Good. So I want to ask just briefly, because you're preparing to embark on this journey.
Yes.
And I live in a very high-density residential community where no one can find a dentist, and every dentist tells us they can't find staff.
Yes.
Like I tried to get an appointment for my 8-year-old son, and they said their first opening was in September.
Yes.
You're right. So we're all going to have terrible teeth in a few years,
Yes.
right?
Yeah. It's,
So this is Destin. I'm assuming it's probably a similar scenario.
Yes.
Have you already, do you own a facility where you plan on hiring
so-
some of your students?
Well, so I was the main professor of the dental assisting school at a community college that closed 4 years ago, and there's been a massive shortage since then, and I'm still, I have a lot of connections in the dental business in our area, and so I had been approached by a dentist to open a school, and I also have a teaching background, so
Right. So I'm
before
assuming
that,
that-
and a hygienist, so yeah, so I just jumped on that and said yes.
Yeah. Is it safe to presume that dentist is hoping to hire their cream of the crop that comes
Yes,
through?
absolutely.
Do you have, and I'm assuming you have the density of other
Yes.
dental offices who would be excited to hire as well?
Yes,
So there's some
absolutely.
jobs waiting on these
There's
people?
a huge shortage in our area
Okay,
of
great.
dental assistants.
Great.
like, huge.
I assumed that there was, but we're always wanting to make sure that people come out with gainful employment.
Yes.
Right, on the other types of this type of training. Is there anything different about you guys? Or is there some standard that you guys are adhering to that everyone else is following the same? It's just a geographic anomaly of making it available in this area.
I'm sorry.
So there's nothing about your program that's really different. Dental assisting school is dental assisting school.
Yes, we're
Yours
just,
just happens to be in Destin where no
Exactly.
one else is doing it, right?
yes, exactly.
All right. So
Exactly.
you can corner the market. Commissioners, do you have questions or comments? The information we have trails, including your financials, that shows as of September of 2025, so it's been a few months ago. And I wanted to just speak briefly about what your anticipated burn rate is on cash every month, because what you allocated to begin was not an enormous amount of money. And can you just speak to your access to more resources when they become necessary, or on what your burn rate is that makes that amount sufficient?
I mean, my tuition should pay for everything all of our costs. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, hypothetically, these things should, but what if you don't find students or you're paying rent, and do you
I'm
have
not
any
paying
addition?
rent.
Oh, really? Tell us about that.
Well, the wonderful dentist that offered me his office, I've worked for him for years and years, and he's providing the space for us.
Ah,
Yes.
that guy sounds like he needs some assistance, right?
Yes,
Giving you free space and hiring your graduates.
yes,
Interesting.
yes.
Okay. Well,
I've had a lot of
that
people
helps.
reaching out to me like, when are you going to get for years, since the school closed, since the college department closed.
What was the college that closed?
Northwest Florida State College.
Okay.
And since they closed our department, it was really fast. There was no it
So,
was-
but
yeah.
Northwest Florida is still there. They just
Yes.
closed the dental assisting
Yes,
program?
they took the nursing department wanted our,
Interesting.
yes.
All right.
So.
When
Ever
was,
since then, I've had people like asking me, dentists, every dentist that I know is like, do you know of any assistants? So I'm like,
yeah,
there's
because they're
huge-
only about 30 minutes north or so of you guys, right? In Destin?
less
Because
than
they're in
that.
Niceville? Yeah.
Yes, less than that.
Yeah. Okay. All right, well, that sure makes the cash allocated a lot easier when you don't have a lot of fixed costs that
Yes.
are chewing into it. All right. Gentlemen, you guys didn't have any additional questions or comments?
One question, you had mentioned that you're working out of the dental office.
Yes.
So you have 80 hours of externship, or are those all being performed at that one office?
No, they will be in other offices.
Okay, because it'd be easier, it'd be hard to get all of them to
Yes.
get those.
In my job as the clinical coordinator at the college, I had a lot of relationships with offices because all of our students did externships, so I have maintained those relationships.
Awesome, thank you.
All right, well, I have a note here from council reminding me that I'm supposed to ask for public comment. So if there's no further discussion, is there any public comment on the matter? Do you guys have any questions or comments additionally?
No.
All right. Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 13612?
Motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Congratulations and good luck.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. So within this section, items 2, 4, 8, 9, and 11 are all the same institution. So we are going to take those at once. If you are from the Fort Myers Medical Assistant School, the Jacksonville Dental Assistant School, let's see, let me read these out. Ormond Beach Medical Assistant School, Palm City Medical Assistant School, or Tampa Medical Assistant School. Would you please step forward, and introduce yourself? Hello, sir. How are you?
Good morning. Good to see you again. My name is Pete Gilkey, and I'm the Vice President of Compliance for our organization. Very happy to be here. Appreciate your consideration of these schools.
Well, you managed to orchestrate bringing these all forward at the same time on the same agenda all across the state.
Yes.
I'm not going to ask how that went, because that sounds like, yeah, that sounds, it's a difficult task for one to bring them all forward at the same time is, I'm sure it was very difficult. Have you familiarized yourself with the staff recommendations that they appear to be, they're not the same for every institution, obviously. So each of them has their own staff recommendations and each of them has their own contingencies. Are you familiar with those?
I am, yes.
Do you have questions or concerns about any of them or the contingencies that are therein?
I do not. They're underway.
Okay. So I have to ask, this is a lot to embark on all at the same time. Let's tell us a little about your team's bandwidth and your ability to sort of unleash so many locations simultaneously.
We have a staff, administrative staff, and individuals who are assigned, separate individuals who are assigned, so we have multiple people working on these. It's not just me. And so they're committed to, we have a relationship with Shelby, and who's been super helpful. And so we put them together, we follow up, we reach out for each of the items that are needed. And so we've got a team, I guess is the simplest way to put it.
And do all of these, are they operating as individual entities that are under a parent company that we have?
Yes, they're all assumed names under the LLC.
Oh, so they're just DBAs under one LLC?
DBAs, yes,
Okay.
sir.
Okay, so the financials that we're looking at is for the parent company LLC?
Correct.
Right.
Correct, yes.
Could you say something about the larger strategic vision that this is a part of?
Yes. Our goal is to provide hands-on, affordable training to students who would otherwise probably not be going to college, to give them a skills-based training that's affordable. You know, we have payment plans, as you see, that they can be debt-free when they finish the course. And a big part of it, as you see, is hands-on. There's a lot of tasks involved in assisting, and they learn those tasks hands-on. And we've seen in the past where people that get a book education, when they come into a practice, they don't know how to do things. Book knowledge to actually doing there's a bit of a transition there. And our goal is to provide both, and at an affordable cost. And as you see, these are smaller locations. These are not, like a big centralized thing. And the training occurs where a person can keep their current job if they're wanting to step up, say they're working in a fast food world or something like that. They can come and do this while keeping their job with the Saturday classes and then the online portion. So I think it's all around affordable education, freedom through education, and hands-on training where they're ready to go. And we really help them. The externship is a segue into employment. And then we work very hard to find them jobs in a field that needs help.
I appreciate that. And how about the larger, business vision in terms of the cadence of programs and locations, and what's the longer term vision?
Growth, certainly we have growth in mind, but I would just say expanding the accessibility of affordable and practical skill-based education. That's the bigger thing. We just want to provide a broad-based, locally accessible option for students who have jobs, or may have jobs, they may not have a job, many do not, and something they can afford. And it's just that same vision, I think, on a broader scale, if that makes sense.
You have 2 locations in Florida already? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Where are they? I'm sorry, remind me.
Well, we have Clearwater Medical Assistance School. I'm trying to remember the other one, apology. Shelby can help me.
And I'm asking because I think the financials that we have are your Florida financials only, because I know you guys are part of a nationwide organization.
That's correct.
Right.
Yes, sir. Yes.
So while the balance sheet and the finances we're looking at are not insignificant, I would love to hear you speak to the overall nationwide parent company's appetite for feeding 5 locations and the associated cash to get them moving and get tuition running in. There's going to be a time where you lose some money, right, for the next few months while you get this ramped up. So tell me the parent company's comfort level with that.
The comfort level is high because, remember, our cost base is a revenue share. So we don't have lease payments. We don't have, we're in a situation where we can bring in, say we start maybe with 6 students at one location, and they pay their tuition, and a piece of that goes to the office that we're occupying. And so it's not like there's rent that we're paying. So there's not a lot. Probably one of the big incurrences of expense has already occurred.
So the traditional costs of occupancy don't apply to
Exactly.
your business model.
Exactly.
Okay, that helps.
Yeah.
Thank you. Well, there's 2 people in a row that has free rent. Congratulations on that. Right?
Thank you.
I'm sure everyone else in here is jealous of that. All right, commissioners, do you have any additional questions or comments?
Just, you had said that it's about 6 students, you think, per location. Is that what it usually
I'm
is
going
at
to say
a
for
given time?
a start,
Okay.
you know, because we've got to advertise and we've got to reach out to the community. And it's going to be a small start. And then
What's kind of like the largest once it kind of grows?
that, you know, maybe 13. These are not big operations. It's what can fit in the office and operate in an office environment.
Yeah, I think it's a nice model. It really does work well.
Yeah, thank you.
Do you have plans for more growth in Florida?
I'm sorry?
Do you have more campuses in mind in Florida, or is this it?
That's a good, I wish I could answer that question. I don't have the answer for that right now, to be honest with you. But I love Florida, let me tell you, I'm from here. And
Well, if there's no further discussion, is there any public comment?
One quick question, sorry, just on the externship. You put in here that it's recommended that they complete their externship by week 18, correct?
I'm sorry, say that again?
That they complete their externship hours by the completion of week 18?
Yes, yes,
So if you look at, they're taking externship at the same time that they're taking some of these courses for the first time.
that's true.
So if they were to complete their externship, let's say by week 14, before they even get that material for 16, 17, 18, how does that work?
There is an extension. We allow them time to complete their externship. And certainly they have to get to a certain portion of the course in order to go to externship. You know, a lot of the externships want them to have their BLS certification, that sort of thing. So they don't go on day one.
Yeah, and so it looks like they can start their externship on week 8, but they take BLS in week 8. So, and then if they actually finish their externship hours, those 80 hours before they even get done to week 13, will they possibly complete their externship before they've even learned the skill sets of the items that are in week 16, 17, and 18?
So yes, we try to concentrate the more important things at the front so that they're prepared for their externship. And that's been thought through, and appreciate that question. But I think that our goal is to make sure that they have the basic skills to get through their externship. And the learning just continues through the process.
The benefit of externship a lot of times is to apply what they've learned, right, in the program. So to do the externship prior to learning some of that material is the only thing I would
Some materials that we would consider acceptable.
Okay, thank you.
That's good insight, Commissioner Land. Thanks for catching that.
Yes.
If there's nothing further, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for numbers 2, 4, 8, 9, and 11?
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Good luck, sir.
Thank you so much.
I know you'll be drinking from a fire hose for the next few months.
Yeah.
Number 3 is ICH Care Workforce Training Center, Orlando, number 13424. If you're here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. Hello.
Hello, my name is Susan Wilson, Program Director for ICH Care Workforce Training Center.
Thank you for being here, Ms. Wilson. We appreciate you making the trip. Are you familiar with the staff recommendation that actually has no contingencies on it, that we're taking motions on here today?
Yes.
Do you have any concerns or questions for the commission before we do that?
Not at this time.
How was the process of navigating reaching that podium right now?
It was wide opening, a lot of paperwork, but we had a very consistent specialist, and we followed all the directions, and she was very helpful. So
Thank you for that. It's good insight. So you're doing nursing assistant, long-term care specifically. That is your niche,
that's
right?
what we began
So
with.
tell me about the relationships you have with employers who are anxious to hire your graduates.
Okay, we have agreement with one of our ladies who owns a staffing agency, and she staffs a lot of nursing homes and also hospitals and rehab centers. We also have some people who have home health care agencies. The hospital where we got the clinical internship with, at the facility, they have 11 facilities around town, and they said they would really be interested to take our CNAs.
And over what period of time are you completing this 120 hours?
Right now, we're starting with 6 weeks, 3 days a week, all in on site.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, 10,000 people a day turn 65. So there's a growing market,
Yes.
right, for
Yes.
your graduates to be part of. Commissioners, do you have any questions or comments? Any public comment? Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 13424?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Good luck. I know you'll do good work.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations. I think that takes us to number 5, Matching Caregivers Institute, West Palm Beach, number 13395. If you're here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. Hello.
Good morning.
Morning.
I'm blessed to be here today.
Well, thank you for being here. Would you mind introducing yourself for the record?
Sure. My name is Nicodia Laplante, Master's in Healthcare Administrations, and I am the owner and director of Matching Caregivers Institute.
Are you familiar with the staff recommendation that we're reviewing here? It looks like at the time of printing, there were still 4 contingencies outstanding.
Yes, I am. However,
That's the wrong one.
I
I'm
have
so
two
sorry. 2
contingencies.
contingencies outstanding.
Yes, I have 2.
Yes.
And I am kindly going to be asking to remove them for me, please, because they were submitted on this December 2nd at 7:42. And if we look at one page for the calculation, if we look at the page 162 and 163, we have submitted for 124 students, and the base of $1,000 covers the base fee for the I forget the terminology, but it covers the fee technically for the student, I believe for the quantity of student that should be registered with us, yes.
Okay.
And also the second part is page 167 and 168. It also covers, it was also in the attachment for my certificate for admission training. It was also in the attachment on December 2nd.
So what we were waiting for number 2 was that $500 check to clear.
It was submitted.
Yeah, it just cleared. So ours delays a little bit. You have to go through our comptroller's office, then it comes to us, and then we can clear it on our side. So it is cleared now. So we can remove contingency number 2 for her at this time. I would still recommend leaving contingency number 1, looking at the completion of her admission training for all program staff. I'll need to see that before I can clear that one.
Yes.
Does that make sense, ma'am?
Yes, you can double check if you, it was actually on the attachment and on page 167 and 168, so.
So what I'll need
it
you to
was
do is when you get your clerked order, you'll get this clerked order, submit that admissions training to us, go ahead and just send it to your program specialist, and then have all of your current, all staff who are recruiting the students, go ahead and give them their admissions training. There's something that they're seeing that they're missing something within that. So go ahead and resubmit that to us so we can take a look at it and see if you.
Okay, do I wait for you to email us?
Yes, so you're going to get the clerked order. That'll be, you're going to get an email for it, but you'll also get it mailed, and then just go ahead and respond to that. They'll tell you, you'll have instructions on how to turn that in. You're just going to turn that in, and then they'll process that piece of it for you.
Okay, I'm glad to do that. With my perfect consultant, we are good for that. And I want to say thank you to her. She's wonderful. Ms. Nunes.
Who is your consultant?
Rosario, Ms. Nunes.
Awesome.
Yes.
Awesome. Well, sometimes you can submit things that aren't quite complete or for some reason don't meet the standard, and even though you submitted it, you may still show that as a contingency or a request, and that sounds like the case here, just a shortfall in some content within what you submitted. But you sound very detail-oriented and knew exactly what page these were on, so I think you'll rectify this quickly, and You can be the poster child for everyone who should be prepared for what they submitted and has the dates and the times and the
Yes.
pages. It's really refreshing, and I think that helped them find
I
it very
couldn't miss
quickly.
that. She's very
So,
meticulous.
Yeah, so thank you for that.
Yes, thank you.
Commissioners, do you have any additional questions or comments? Then do we have any public comment? Hearing none, can I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 13395?
Motion. Second.
Yes, as revised by the director with the second contingency removed.
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Congratulations, ma'am.
Thank you. And I also want to say thank you again to Mrs. Nunes and also to my wonderful husband, who's my supporter and my biggest cheerleader. Thank you, guys.
You guys go do
Thank
good
you
work.
so much for having me here. Have a wonderful day.
I think we are on number 6, Me Time Academy, Jupiter, number 13288. If you are here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Good, how are you? I'm Kelly Nazari, CEO, educator for Me Time Academy.
Thank you for being here. Have you had the opportunity to review the staff recommendation that we have before us?
Yes.
I was looking at yours instead of hers earlier when I said 4. Yours, at least at the time of printing, had 4 contingencies remaining. Do you have any concerns about those?
No, they're all complete, and a couple of them we thought were already complete, so I guess we'll just
So
deal
our
with that
information
after.
probably got printed about a month ago.
Okay,
So if anything that happened between a few weeks ago and today wouldn't be
Okay.
reflected in what we're seeing here.
yeah, so I'll just do what she had said before and just resubmit. Yeah, no
Right.
problem.
So I have to ask you about the name of the academy.
Me Time, well, we actually have salons, so there's 4 salons already. And the concept is that there's childcare on site. So the Me Time is kind of like the moms can get their me time, and we have childcare for the staff and for anyone that wants to bring their
Wow,
children in.
I think we could all use a little me time.
I know, right? Yeah, and it's kind of like gone on more than that, and we don't just have people come in to use the childcare, but some people don't even know it's there, but that's the concept.
So while they are receiving their services, there's an adjacent facility or space within
Yes,
where
space
you're
within
offering
the
childcare?
salons, yes.
Wow, that's interesting. Do you find they want to drag out their services for hours and hours?
Yeah, I mean, some of them definitely enjoy it. We had complimentary wine. At one point, we had to start cutting them off after a couple classes.
That may increase your
Some people
ticket
went a
average,
little
right?
crazy.
They end up paying for a lot of stuff just to stay longer?
Yeah. They're like, you're driving your child home.
So the 1,200-hour program that you submitted here, how many weeks are you doing that in?
Weeks? Well, we
Well,
figured a
months,
10-month, we
either
figured a
way.
10-month program is the goal, but, you know, we have the ability for them to make up hours and if it needs to go longer. Right now, we're just starting with a full-time day program. We would like to add eventually like a night program and grow from there.
And are these individuals going to remain with you within your existing business, or at least some of them, perhaps?
We would hope, obviously, that some of them would want to stay, or like, hopefully we can get the pickings. But yeah, obviously, we're open to them going to other salons in the area as well. There's more need for the schooling in the area than the employment.
I know that what we're looking at financially is just the entity that is about to be licensed and not necessarily the business that it's serving, so to speak.
Yeah, well, we didn't make Me Time LLC, the salon, any part of the
Right.
ownership. We have 3
Right.
individual owners, so that's why it's smaller.
Yeah, so in the future, if when you're submitting, causes that number that's isolated away from the larger organization to show low numbers or consistently negative, which it could, right? There'll probably be an ask for parent company and/or principal financials, right, just to support that
Yeah.
Just in case it doesn't become a profit center itself quickly, that usually sets off
We
red
had thought
flags.
about that in
Okay.
restructuring it, but we're already like kind of mostly through this, so.
Yeah, I mean,
hoping
it
it
doesn't
wouldn't be an
require that
issue.
you change what your corporate structure is. It just shows us the insight that you've got the wherewithal to feed it,
Yes.
should that become necessary.
Yes,
right?
absolutely.
Commissioners, do you have additional questions or comments? All right, do we have any public comment? Then hearing none, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 13288?
So
Moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Congratulations, ma'am. I think we are on number 7, Nouvelle School of Nursing and Health Sciences, Coral Springs, number 13580. If you're here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself.
Good morning. My name is Irene Roman, and I am the Director of Education / Director of Nursing at Nouvelle School of Nursing and Health Sciences in Coral Springs.
My name is Felvina Rena, CEO, Campus President for Nouvelle School of Nursing and Health Sciences.
My name is Mike. I'm with IT and I'm with Nouvelle School of Health and Sciences.
Hi, I'm Orlando Roman, junior, and I'm from Nouvelle School of Nursing and Sciences.
Well, thank you all for being here. Have you had the opportunity to review the staff recommendations that at the time of this printing still had one outstanding contingency related to your catalog and theory hours, et cetera?
Yes, sir. And that corrected catalog has already been submitted.
Okay, yep. So you know what we have trails a little bit, and the communications that were within the past few weeks won't be represented here.
Yes.
Okay, great. We talk a lot here about the need for home health aid and PN programs, but I want to ask you specifically about the mental health technician program, and tell me what that is, and after completion, where that student would go work.
Okay, so the mental health technician, that was strategic because we believe that there is a demand because of the mental health wellness and conditions that are on the rise. So the mental health tech can work in behavioral center as well. The excuse me, the behavioral center has their own ABA, as we call them, the behavioral what's the term now? But it like assistant.
Okay.
Okay. So the mental health technician that we are forming is actually requiring higher training and education than what the behavioral assistant is requiring, because they only require like 75 hours, and they do an on-the-job training after that, their formal education. But we look at mental health tech as a higher and more time of education and training because it requires like about 480 hours. So the place of, or their employment is larger or more better than being an ABA or behavioral assistant. And they can work in both mental health facilities, in the hospitals where they have mental health and psych units, also in behavioral centers. So the mental health tech program is actually has more wider area of place of work.
So you see them being employed perhaps at mental health centers, obviously, but assisted living facilities, hospitals,
Yes.
a variety. Okay.
Correct. With assisted living, they have also memory care that they are offering through their residents. So they also are able to get all these graduates if we have.
Gentlemen, do you guys have any questions or?
Yes, a couple, sorry. So, when I was going through your application, there were a couple of concerns that got raised with me that I think are fixable, but it may take a little bit of time to fix. The first one is with respect to the number of clinical hours in the program. The hours in the program, at least 50%, so at least 50% of the program must be in clinical hours. And you actually have more theory hours than clinical hours. So right now, it doesn't actually meet what the requirements of the statute are for approving the program. So you'll need to go back, I think, and look at how you're going to reallocate some of your hours, whether you're going to add more hours to clinical, increase your program length, or decrease some of the theory hours. But the statute reads that at least 50% of your clinical hours, of the program hours must be in clinicals. That can be both the practical, that can be both lab and actual clinicals.
Correct. So are you referring
Well, you have
specifically to the LPN?
The LPN, yes, I'm talking
Yes.
about the LPN. Yeah, you have 672 hours in what I'll call clinicals, which is both your lab and your clinicals, and 678 in theory.
Correct. We have to look at how we calculated it is that anatomy and physiology was not included as a core. So if we minus the 90 hours, I think, for the anatomy and physiology, we are at 50% calculation of our clinical hours. So basically, we only have the core nursing hours calculated as 50% of the clinical.
Okay. I'll have to go look at that, because in the RN program, that may be fine. I'm not sure in the PN program whether that's allowed, because the PM's usually considered one program. They don't typically separate the nursing, but you could be right, so I'll take a look at that.
Yes, please.
Other items that I'd like you to try to take a look at, in your clinical agreements, it's a little unclear about what the responsibilities of the different parties are, because a lot of the stuff, like you use the term center, and the center is referred to most of the time as both the hospital and you, but the responsibilities are typically on you. And at the beginning, sometimes you do define center as you, so it's defined different ways within the contracts. So it makes it hard to understand who's responsible for what, so that we have clear responsibilities of what each party is supposed to be able to doing. So I would go back and take a look at your clinical agreements and see how that works.
Yes, so the idea of this, or the plan, is we do have partnership. So it's clinical agreements are, we consider that they are clinical partners of the school. The role of really training and educating our students is lies on us as school. And then we send clinical instructors to really follow through with our students. And we go by what number of students the clinical sites only require. And we work with the number of students that they only, will accept. So that's the role of the school, is really partnering with the clinical sites. They also have the ability to hire our students later on. And so we train our students, and we really make them understand that when you go to clinical sites for your clinical training, this is your first interview with your employer. And that is the culture of how we actually give our education and training to our students.
So what I'm referring to is when you actually read the agreements, it's unclear about whose responsibilities are what, because the way that things are defined within the agreement, it seems like the hospital is responsible for doing some of the education, which I know it's not, and I know that's not your intent. So I'd like to make that a contingency to kind of clean up the clinical agreements to be clear about whose responsibilities.
Yeah. Ma'am, that could just be as simple as a short amendment to your clinical agreement that's one paragraph long that just helps clarify that language for whose responsibility for oversight during those times?
Yeah, and someone who has to define term, they defined a term called the center.
Okay.
They refer to it as only themselves at times, and other times it's both the hospital and themselves.
I got you.
So now,
So we may need to separate the word center from either them or
exactly, whoever it
clinical.
actually is supposed to refer to.
Understood. Does that make sense?
Yes, now I understand.
Okay.
Excuse me. So it will be changed, the center, the word center is changing to a school. And I do understand what you, sir, is referring.
Yeah, and then there are little things, really have someone go through it with detail, like sometimes you also refer to school as what's called the defined term, but it's not defined anywhere.
Right.
So I can kind of figure it out, but you really want to make sure, especially when you're doing these types of agreements, that especially you're dealing with healthcare, that you are clear about the different responsibilities of the parties. So I think it can be done. I think it can just be a contingency and get through that.
Yeah, it sounds like a few red lines in your agreement. That shouldn't be incredibly difficult with your partners to navigate. In fact, I would bet they want that clarity also.
I would think they'd want that also to be cleaned up.
Yeah.
And I also would like to clarify, I think on the first statement with our clinical agreement, it was defined as the center or / the school. And then the stipulation followed. So what you want, what's your recommendation, sir, is that we still have to put?
I think what we're saying, don't let me screw this up, but I think we're saying that the school needs to be called the school. And if
Correct.
you're calling the clinical location a center, then that it can be only that
Yeah, I think
and
you
not
usually
also
call
the school.
you call, from when I looked at your agreements, you usually call the facility of the hospital, you call it the facility. You use a lot of different terms. I would say look at that and just try to get it clear about who is what. Because right
Okay.
now, the one term you use is center, referring to both you as the school and the facility.
Correct.
But yet the responsibilities most of the time are going to be with the school.
Correct.
With the
What's the
hospital.
commonplace
So-
nomenclature for that? What do they normally call it?
Usually it's either you're the school, the college, and then the other side is typically called the facility or hospital.
Facility?
Facility or hospital, yeah.
Okay.
One of those two.
All right.
Yes, I do understand now what is trying to say, but because we use school, center / school.
Yep.
So we can just
It's a little bit of cleaning
Put
up.
it as a school.
If you guys have counsel, they can work with you on this, and they can easily go through it and get it done.
Thank
And
you,
as we said, it's an amendment. Like, one of the things, like, you talk about professional liability in their insurance, and it actually says the hospital is supposed to get professional liability insurance for your students. I don't think that's correct. Never seen that before. Are you getting the professional liability insurance, or the students
Yes, we
getting it?
do. We are requiring our students to get their own malpractice liability insurance.
So there are a number of fees that I don't see that are currently not listed in the enrollment agreement that I would like to be added, because they do add up, such as the professional liability, if you're not getting it as a college, to have those in there. Plus the uniform fees, the background fees, these can add up to between $500 to $700 sometimes. So they are a little bit disclosed in the catalog, but not clearly disclosed. So typically what we see in the enrollment agreements are all the different fees, so students know what they're getting into, so it's clear to them what fees they're responsible for. So to have that as just a contingency to.
So it sounds like you have
that.
three. There's the hour allocation for clinical, there's the terminology.
Which I want to confirm, because.
Right, well, and
yeah.
it, the
Yeah, well,
contingency would be to confirm it,
To
right?
confirm,
Yeah, yeah.
correct. Yep.
Yeah.
Then there's the terminology and the definitions associated with center, and then the fees.
And the fees. I have a fourth. The fourth, and I thought, I'll ask the director, I thought you had to have in your enrollment agreement if clinical is going to be over 50 miles. I know that has to be in the catalog, but I thought both in the catalog and in the enrollment agreement.
So it's not a rule that you have to specify that, but it is at the commission's discretion. We have had a pretty consistent about requiring that in the catalog, so if you would, and the enrollment agreement, so if you would like to add that, we can certainly do that.
I also think when I looked at where you guys are going, you talk about some could be, but I think most of your clinical sites are over 50 miles from your facility. Not all, there were some that were closer. So I would like to just add that, so again, students are clear about knowing that if they go through the program, they might be traveling, I can't remember how much, up to, but maybe it was up to 100 miles or so, just
50
to be clear.
miles.
How much, 50 was the most?
At least, yeah, beyond 50 miles.
Yeah, no, you guys said beyond 50, but I just want to be clear that it's in both the catalog and in the enrollment agreement so people can see both those. So it would just be to add that to the enrollment agreement so it's clear for students.
How specific do you want the disclaimer to be? Just that students may have to travel over 50 miles to complete
I
clinicals?
thought there was language in like one of your check sheets that you guys have that you do. Am I wrong about that? How about just disclosure right now, and we can work with, I'll work with,
I think we've kind of developed standardized language that we've been using for all of them, but it's not in a form per se.
yeah, I think it's like when we do like the annual renewal, I thought it was like in the check sheet, but I could be wrong. But is, council, is okay, we just keep it like just to have that disclosure, even if what's in the catalog, that clinicals can be up to 50?
I'm asking what kind of disclosure
That's fine.
you would want.
That disclosing that the clinicals can be, or are, because in this case they are, beyond 50 miles, and that students are responsible for their own costs and fees associated with that. That's
And
what
it's
I
in one
typically
place
see.
and not the other, is what you're
It's in
saying.
one place, not the other.
And I found what you're thinking of. In the clinical affiliation agreement matrix, there's on number 2, at the very bottom of it, it says if the facility is over 50 miles from the school location, submit an explanation of how the students will be accommodated for the travel. So that may be what you're referring to.
That was one thing. I think there's another check.
And another one. So yes, you can require it for both the enrollment and the catalog.
No, I knew it was
Would
in
you also
catalog.
like a
Yes.
statement in the agreement that students would have to provide for the transportation of the clinical at their own expense?
Yes, and that's what we typically do, is what I've seen before.
I'm sorry, I missed what the very first contingency you wanted to add was.
No, I'm not going back.
It was the hour allocation.
It was the clinical.
for Clinical to make sure 50%.
Okay.
They had more theory than clinical, and he said it was required to be at least 50% clinical.
He wants verification that their clinical hours are at least 50% of their program.
Yeah. And their explanation, which could be correct, is that the A and P, they're not counting as part of the overall hours. So it's just a matter of
So we're just
how the Board of
confirming
Nursing defines in statute what it kind of states about, in the PN program, is A and P, if it's not classified as a nursing course, is it therefore not counted in the program hours?
So by verification, you mean a written explanation? What do you want for verification?
It may be nothing for them, it's, I guess, for us, I don't know how to do this.
'Cause
Like, if
if
it's
they're
not,
correct, then
if it's
it's
correct, then they're
unnecessary,
fine.
right?
If it's not correct, then we have to just update the program hours.
So I would request a written explanation, so then we can use that written explanation to check with the Florida Board of Nursing.
Whether it's not, okay. And the last two items are just more with, I know you guys are doing this online. I hope you've been listening to the previous commission's meetings. It is, practical nursing, registered nursing are very difficult programs. They can be done online, but then how you get them and how you train them and how you see your students, and we spoke a lot yesterday about cheating that's taking place. So these are just words of advice or recommendations. Really think about how you're going, because when I read your catalog, it spoke about that you may be giving the exams remotely or you may be doing them in person.
Yes.
How you're going to do that, tracking that to make sure that this is not a contingency, just to make sure that you are getting good results, because we want you to be successful.
Yes, so it's not fully online, it is hybrid. The theory portion can be virtual, so it's not on their own. We still monitor them. We have an established LMS. We will be using LMS. And the student is actually having an interaction real time with the instructor. And we do give proctored exams. The plan is to let the students come in during the high-stakes objective exams or assessments.
So you're going to be recruiting students locally then, like within 50 miles of your campus mainly, or you're looking for the whole state?
Well, to start with, local, and if there is a demand going like here, Orlando, or anywhere, because it can be delivered, we believe, efficiently. virtually. As an experienced faculty and leader of the nursing education in the past, I think everyone would agree that the pandemic puts us where virtual learning was put into test. And I had been in my past life, we have that, and we were successful with virtual learning. But of course, the lab has to be in person, and the clinical training will be in person. We also are establishing our clinical simulation lab where we are putting an AI-generated simulator. So we believe that our training is on the higher tier as to the traditional ones.
Okay. And you do understand the requirement to have concurrent theory with clinicals. So students, when you're speaking with your students, they're going to understand that they're not going to be doing at home all their theory for like 6-8 weeks and coming in and doing the clinicals at the end. It should be concurrent.
So
Is that your program set up that way?
That's my understanding, and that's how we've been doing before in the past as I run the program. So just to clarify, the school has no leeway of, like what you said, we can do the theory first and then let them go to clinical, or you want it like on the same week?
I would advise you to take a look at the Board of Nursing rules, which refer to concurrent theory and clinicals, with the idea being is that one's supposed to reinforce the other as they go through the program. Yes. And that's why I was asking the question was, how are you planning in doing that? Because that's one of the challenges of the online is getting the students in each week, or concurrent might mean, again, I'm not giving any, it could mean maybe every other week, but I don't know if it really meets the definition when you do it all at the end.
No.
That to me is not concurrent, in my opinion.
The plan is concurrent. So if, for example, they attend classes virtual for their theory Monday and Tuesday, for example, then the one day of that will be a lab, and then they go to clinical.
Clinicals. Perfect.
That is our schedule format.
I truly appreciate that, because I think that will work out very well for you.
And I really thank you for all this, for all these feedbacks. And
rather do it now than later on when things aren't going well. It's much easier to be upfront with people and say, hey, this is a tough program, and I wish you the best of luck. Again, I'm going to make those just as more contingencies because I think they can solve them, and it sounds like you have the experience from the past. Yes. I will say yesterday someone brought up that COVID caused all these bad results to happen. So yeah, there is a mix between, sometimes I can recognize it going online and in person, but it can be done, and I wish you the greatest success.
Yes, thank you so much, and I would like to thank also our program specialist, Shelby Broger. I know, but we can say as a team that I think this is the shortest time that we applied, and then we are here appearing to you in March.
How about that?
Very nice.
And thank you to everyone.
Well, that speaks to your diligence as much as it does anyone else's. So I appreciate that. And this is an outstanding conversation for anyone that feels like these things are just boxes that are being checked and are not being reviewed. You proved otherwise here today in a fantastic way.
I think he likes us.
You don't think I like you?
You did your homework very well. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'm about to say, what do you expect of your students, right? To do the homework?
Yeah,
so
right.
We try to do our homework too.
Yes.
So it sounds like...
And you did your homework, which was excellent, so thank you.
It was.
Thank you.
So it sounds like there's 4 additional, in addition to the updated catalog that was already in existence. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, good. Then, is there any public comment on the matter?
I have another question, Chair, real quick.
Please.
Are you looking to limit or cap your cohort starts to a certain number of students? And that might have been covered, if so, I apologize. But are you going to be looking for a certain number of students and capping that until you kind of get?
Yes, sir. So we
what's
start
it?
small,
Okay.
and then, we will see how we are performing and then scale up.
And what's that number? Do you have a?
Maximum, right now, our plan actually is like 25 students, max.
And then how often are you going to be starting a new cohort? I'm only asking because the way you have your classes spread out for overlapping cohorts when it comes to clinical site agreements and having enough clinical sites to support. So how often will you be starting a new cohort?
We are on a trimester, and we will roll out, the plan is to roll out first the PN program, and then see how the demands for the other programs would be.
And then just as a follow-up, what you talked about before, when you talked about concurrently taking a class and then having their clinical experience at the same time, you're saying they're doing their classes like Monday, Tuesday, lab on Wednesday. There's, sites aren't always as flexible as that, so you can't always have all your sites on Thursday, Friday. So are they able to go to site if possible on Monday, Tuesday while taking those courses?
So the plan, and it has been working like that before, is we establish the, we request the schedule for our students, and our clinical partners usually work with our schedule. If not, then we are flexible as well. We inform the students ahead of time, of course. We secure the placement with our clinical agreements, because it doesn't mean that we have agreements. We can just send our students there anytime. So I secure the placement, meaning the dates, the time, and the duration when the students would be there.
Yeah. Thank you.
Welcome.
Any further discussion, commissioners? Hearing none, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations as amended by Commissioner Litvak for number 13580?
So made.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Congratulations, guys.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Thank you so much.
All right, I think we're on number 10. Is that correct? Yes. All right, proud of myself here. Well, let's see, SC Technological Institute, Naples, number 13616. If you're here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself.
Good morning, Commissioner. This is Suresh Chapidi, President of SC Technological Institute.
Thank you for being here today.
Morning, Commissioners and staff. I'm Dr. Jose Otero of Otero Consulting Group.
Have you had the opportunity to review the staff recommendations that does not appear to include any contingencies at this point? Do you have any questions or comments for the commission?
No, Commissioner.
Well, I was looking at your programming, and I've got good money that says Commissioner Stefano has some questions for you.
I'm exercising restraint to not indulge, but yeah, just yeah, if I see you, in the hall or something, I'd love to ask questions.
To let everyone else in on the joke, they're having an artificial intelligence development program, and Commissioner Stefano is fantastic at leveraging that tool, and we spent the better part of an hour yesterday looking at some amazing things that he created. So,
Thank you.
So this is a new program, not just as a CIE license program, but somewhat to the world these days, right? Where does a person who completes your artificial intelligent developer program go to work after they've graduated?
Yeah, they will go to IT services companies. I own a product company myself, and we are introducing a lot of AI programs into our product. It's a supply chain warehouse management software. And I'm also part of a nonprofit organization of IT product and services companies, which we have around 1,600 companies across the country. And we would like to kind of train these people and put them into the job. So that's how we're trying to put in as a practical as much as possible, so that once they complete the diploma, they can get into the real-time jobs.
And is it your intent to hire some of your graduates for
Yes.
the company that you already have?
Yes, Commissioner. That's the main reason, one of the main reasons why I'm doing it.
Yeah, well, I'm assuming with the speed of evolution of artificial intelligence, there's not a huge mass of people who are qualified to do the work that you need done at your other organization.
That's exactly right. And if I can speak for myself, I'm learning a lot nowadays, staying up late in the night, trying to see what's all the new developments that are going on. So much of things have happened, and I was talking to Dr. Jose over here, saying that there are two things to me that I believe that are constant. One is change and one is learning. So we want to continuously evolve and keep learning.
The entirety of these programs are online?
Yes, sir. Yes, Commissioner.
Commissioners, do you have any additional questions or comments?
Are you generally hiring people in IT already or beginners? What's the level of, or not hiring, enrolling to the school? Is this taking people off the street? Is this taking people that are already in the IT industry?
Since we have not started, the plan is to actually take and reskill the people that are already in IT to start with. And whoever is interested in coming in, we can like to take them as well.
Is there an entrance exam of some sort or entrance requirements that you have to have a certain knowledge base already?
We do not have an exam, but there will be an interview process before we hire the students, just to make sure that where their skills are, what they're doing, at least they should have some level of proficiency to get into it.
Okay.
All right. Any additional questions or comments? Any public comment? Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 13616?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you.
All right, I think that rounds out the provisional licensure. Section C is return to annual license. There are two items in this section. We'll take these two individually and then take a short break after that. Number 1 in this section is Florida Institute of Dental Assisting, Jacksonville, number 6501. If you're here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourselves.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Debbie Sanders, and I'm from Florida Institute of Dental Assisting. I'm the administrator and main instructor at the school.
Good morning. My name is Ashley Sanders, and I'm the Director of Financial Affairs.
Dr. Joe Angley, Cole Middleton Group Consulting.
Thank you all for being here. We are reviewing a staff recommendation that includes one condition at the time of printing regarding financial condition. Have you guys had a chance to review what we're reviewing?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have questions or comments about?
No questions.
Okay. Do you know if that contingency is outstanding because what we have trails, it's possible that you've worked through that, or do you understand that there's a limited time frame to complete that if it hasn't been done so already?
Yeah, we've seen we haven't addressed it, but it's
Okay.
something that we're aware of and
Well, it sounds like this young lady's going to be responsible as the,
Yes,
since it's a financial
Yes.
contingency, so
Yeah.
no pressure. All right. Commissioners, do you have questions or comments? Okay. So tell me about the systems that you guys have hopefully put in place in order to maintain the compliance of submissions and documents that are required for the license. I think that's what moved you off to begin with, and I have a feeling you've probably instituted some systems to prevent that from happening again.
Yeah, that's exactly why we're working with Cole Middleton Group. So they've been instrumental in helping us maintain compliance with you guys, as well as helping us to develop more of a robust marketing plan. So we've been more consistent with social media posting, more engaging content, specifically on TikTok, and we've seen an increase in our tuition revenue from where we were in Q1 of last year compared to right now. So there's a 160% increase.
Wow.
And then we've also have seen a 20% enrollment increase as well. And then we're expecting that number to go up as we're going to be starting a new class in May.
Wow. Well, as much as I loathe the idea of spending time on TikTok, it sounds effective.
Yeah, for sure.
Commissioners, do you have any additional questions or concerns? Do you guys have any other questions or concerns?
No, I don't believe so.
How about public comment? Hearing none, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 6501?
Motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries, and you are returned to annual licensing.
Okay, thank you so much.
Enjoy your day. All right, the second item in this section, Jacksonville Health and Beauty School, Jacksonville number 5866. If you're here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Eric Wynn. I'm the manager for the Jacksonville Health and Beauty Academy. This is Nya. She's been the director for a long time now. She's here. We are currently waiting counsel from our lawyer. He told us that he wanted to come. He was going to come and wait and speak on our behalf. I just need to make sure.
Who's representing you, sir?
Our lawyer, his name is David. He's
David who? What's the last name?
David Pino. David Pino?
Know him. Okay. Are you expressing that you would prefer to have your attorney speak on your behalf, or would you like to continue with this motion that we have?
He advised us to ensure that he was here and to speak on our behalf.
Is he on the way? Is he coming?
Yeah, he's on the way right now.
If you commissioners want to,
If we, we can answer the questions, and we can wait.
Well, I don't want to ask you to move against the advice of your attorney, so why don't we put a pin in this until lunch or something? Oh, that's probably true. Okay. Well, let me ask you just a couple of quick questions, just so maybe so we can get the feel for whether that's even necessary to postpone this. There's a staff recommendation that includes 8 different contingencies, ranging from admissions training program to fire inspection. Are you guys familiar with those contingencies that have been outlined on the staff recommendation?
The fire department, yes, we are aware of that.
Well, those are just 2 of the 8. I want to make sure that you guys are familiar with the contingencies that we would be taking motions on.
Right.
Okay. Okay. Have you gotten an ETA from your counsel for when he may arrive?
About an hour.
Okay.
Stuck.
I'm commissioners, if you're amenable to it, I'm happy to push this out to just before or just after lunch, depending on when that person arrives. Y'all okay with that?
Yeah.
I don't need a motion to do that, right? We can just say, okay. So we're going to postpone the conversation until your counsel arrives, and if you don't mind just having a seat and being patient until he does, and we'll plug you back into the agenda after he arrives.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your
Yeah, you're
understanding.
very welcome. All right. That's going to move us to application for annual license. There are 5 in there that we're going to take individually, but before we do, we're going to take a quick break, about 15 minutes, and be back at 10:45. Before we get started, I want to say how much we miss Ms. Hood not being here. I think this is the first meeting she hasn't been at in quite some time. She did, however, send golden Oreos because she knows they're my favorite, which I love that about her, but I also hate that they're sitting here because I'm going to end up eating them this whole time. I'm happy to share if you like golden Oreos. We are going to take these 5 items individually. The first item is AIT Technology School Aventura, number 13240. If you're here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself.
Hi, good morning. My name is Denis Bravarny. I am the Managing Director of AIT Technology Schools. Nice to see you this year again.
Good morning. My name is Lyubov Krivitsky. I am Admission and Student Services Coordinator in AIT Technology School.
Morning, Commissioners and staff. I'm Dr. Jose Otero of Otero Consulting Group.
Thank you guys for being here today. The staff recommendation we have before us includes an on-site visit contingency. I don't know if that's been scheduled yet or not. There is a 90-day requirement after the clerk order to make sure we get that done. I'm sure you can work with the director to sort through that one if you haven't already. Do you guys have any questions or comments for the commission? I have a question. I want to understand how AI is impacting you, and how you plan to accommodate that when you are training developers. Obviously, it's going to be a tool in their toolbox, right?
So AI still needs some software engineers, and we will update the programs next year, and we'll increase, our programs.
Are you guys using some portion of it now to help train?
For ourselves,
Yeah, but not necessarily as a program title, just as a supplement to your traditional development instruction? Okay. Do you know how many students you have right now?
Sorry?
Do you know how many students you have right now?
Yes, more than 100.
Good for you.
Thank you.
I saw 110 for last year.
Last year, but we have a groups right now from a January and a March.
Wow, so how are you finding those students? That's fantastic enrollment.
It's marketing, so we use, Google Ads, we use Meta, we use bloggers, so it's a lot of...
So you're running targeted campaigns through Meta and Google?
Right.
Okay. Well, good for you. Congratulations on that.
Thank you. And we're paying rent.
Yeah. Do you feel like this year went the way you thought it was going to go?
Will be much better, yeah.
Good.
We are better already. Thank you.
Well, it's a good time to be in the business that you're in, for sure. Gentlemen, do you have any questions or comments? Any public comment? Hearing none, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 13240?
Motion.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. See you next year.
Number 2 is Codecraft Institute, India Atlantic 13242. If you are here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. Hi.
Good afternoon, or morning still.
Okay, close enough.
I'm Shannon Landon, founder-president of Codecraft Institute.
Thank you for being here, ma'am. I appreciate you making the trip. Have you had a chance to review the staff recommendation that looks like there's just an on-site visit outstanding that may or may not have been scheduled at this point?
Yes, I reviewed.
Okay. Do you have any questions or comments for the commission?
Nothing, just happy to answer any questions you have.
Sure. I'm looking at your Florida enrollment totaling 0 and your total enrollment totaling 0. So tell me, The number we have is trailing, obviously. So tell me where you are with that. What does your enrollment look like?
Last year, we started programs in August, and we had 15 enrollments, 14 enrollments, all were placed. And we had 6 enrollments when we submitted an update recently, and since then, we've had another 6, so we doubled.
Okay. What we have may have been prior to August,
Okay.
whenever you had that as a closeout. Would that be the case?
It closes out in June.
There you go.
Okay.
That's why. So how was that first year relative to what you thought that it would be?
I learned a lot.
This is very tactful. Tell us about some of those lessons.
Yeah, well, as a technologist, I have to say that, my strong suit, my preference isn't marketing, and to be honest, I don't love social media platforms. I have preferred finding employers and creating a partnership, which is harder, or has been harder than I imagined.
Sure.
We do have some excellent progress in that realm, specifically in the A&D arena, and I think we're in the right place for that on the Space Coast, hopefully across Florida. There'll be more of those partnerships to come. But I think the biggest lesson is that it's going to, take a pretty heavy lift.
Yeah. Are you going to continue that methodology of working directly with employers?
It is my preference. It has been a huge part of our placement success, ensuring that everyone who leaves a program has a job. And when I say they have a job, I mean they're starting at A&D defense companies at $80,000 plus.
Good for you.
I'm proud of it.
You should be. I read somewhere recently that if you make $80,000 a year or more, you are as happy as anyone else on the planet.
I believe it.
Yeah. Yeah. And in fact, I also read that once you reach a certain point of income, you start getting not happy anymore, which is ironic, right? But certainly moving people into the middle class changes the trajectory of lives and their families. So good for you for the work you're doing.
Thank you.
Do you plan to keep the same programs that you have, or is AI affecting you in a way that you anticipate modifying those in any way?
It's absolutely affecting us, and it's interesting because you asked that question last year, and I didn't realize at the time how quickly it would change, but things have moved so quickly. So we use AI daily. We incorporate it as a tool in our training.
Oh, cool.
Every training will be AI assisted. One of our more popular courses right now is a software and AI innovation course. So I wholeheartedly think it's going to affect everything and software industry first.
Good for you. Well, I think it would be safe to say that the evolution that we're all going to experience is going to move more rapidly than we thought. Even if we think it's going to move rapidly, it's going to be quicker than that, right?
I agree.
Yeah. Good time to be an electrician, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. And I think it's a good time to be talking about all of this.
Yeah. So do you anticipate somehow that they're reaching a tipping point that maybe undermines the training that you're doing, or the need for that training in the near future?
I think the kind of training we are providing will change. We'll go from teaching someone to understand and write syntax line by line to being a designer director. So the director of the process, the managers, the high level, someone who can manage 100 AI interns at once.
Sure.
And knows to look for the quality and provide the integration that output requires into a larger system.
How cool is that?
It's cool.
Just a quick comment to that end. It seems to me that the two programs you have that are more future-proof are the web accessibility and the software and AI innovation ones.
Yes, I agree. Although I will say that the software development and engineering course is the one that our A&D partners are looking at, and we have MOUs with those folks who are helping us understand if different tooling needs to be applied during that course. So,
I mean, I think that one has the nuts and bolts, but a lot of those will be increasingly handled by AI models efficiently. And so,
absolutely,
really it's less about knowing the exact syntax and knowing the system architecture and becoming an orchestrator, right, as you're saying, right? So it's It's going to require a rapid shift for all programs that seek to train people in this area.
I agree, Dr. Stefano.
So I know that you, for the ending of 2025 financials, you made a little money. Good for you, right?
Thanks.
It's been a few months since then. It sounds like you've ramped up enrollment. Does your fixed costs remain stable, and are you cash flow positive right now?
Yes, yes. Stable, low overhead. We pay, when we have enrollments, so
good
our
for you.
burn rate is
Right, so you don't have a lot of fixed costs that are chewing that up. Okay. And how much of your program is online?
100%.
Wow.
People are very happy they don't have to drive to our classroom right now.
Commissioners, any additional questions? Any public comment? Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 13242?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Ma'am, I got one last question for you that is not relevant to the motion.
Yes, sir.
Have you researched whether you can get the mark Codecraft or not? It's a good name. I don't know if it's you do have that mark?
Yes, sir.
Good for you.
Thank
Okay.
you.
If you didn't have it, I was going to tell you to go get it
I
because
have
it's
it.
worth the money. That's a good name.
Oh, great, great. I appreciate that.
All right. Thank you very much. And congratulations on your success.
Thank you all very much, and thank you to our staff specialist, Brianna Harper, I believe. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Otero.
Changing this. Okay. All right. Next is Institute for Medical Aesthetics and Laser, North Fort Myers, number 13176. If you're here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Emily Tickey. I'm with Institute for Medical Aesthetics and Laser, and I'm the Vice President and Director.
Mark Murray, Legal Counsel.
Joey Smith, Consultant.
Thank you for being here, ma'am.
Thank you.
I think there is a revision to the staff recommendation. I'll give the director the opportunity to inform you of what that looks like.
Good morning, Ms. Tickey. So I know in front of y'all today, you have the current staff recommendation, which is to extend that provisional license for 1 year. That was based on the graduation date that you see in front of you that ended in June of 2025. This institution started enrollments, I believe it was around May of 2025, so it was a very small window for when they were reporting those graduates. So what you see in front of you is a small snapshot into what they have done since then. So at this time, the institution has provided us documentation that they have had many more graduates since that June 2025 date, and that they actually have successfully graduated. So I would like to revise the staff recommendation as currently written and instead grant an annual license which shall remain active and valid through March 31st of 2027, and then order the institution to make timely and sufficient application for annual renewal of the license no later than 120 days prior to March 31st of 2027.
I would assume you'd be happy about that revision?
Yes, I'm very happy.
Okay, great. Do you have questions or concerns about it?
I do not. I want to thank you so much. It has been a wonderful year. We have gotten off to a great start, so I thank you for your support.
So can you speak to why that was so good? Was it volume of enrollments? Was it operational ease? What went so well?
I can say that first reporting period that you see, our first class started on May 12th, and it was a 6-week program. We had 2 students enroll in the nail program and 1 student enroll in the facial specialist. So the graduation report that you saw right there literally is 1 student dropped out, 1 student graduated, and that's all I can report. So woohoo, yay. So not good timing-wise. I fell in the bubble just perfectly there. Then after that, of course, I'm sure all institutions say this to you, but when you first launch, you can't advertise your school, you can't have a website, so it takes a little while for the SEO and the traction and the advertising to kick in. So we got that approval in February. That first program started May. By June, we had more enrollees, and so currently we're at 110 graduates. Right now, as of today, we have enrolled 45 students. We have students in all of the programs. The only program that I'd say we'd like to see increase a little, we have 2 massage therapy, which the board took a little longer to get all of the paperwork in than the other programs did. But otherwise, our current graduation rate is at 97.3%. We had 3 students withdraw. We have 2 that are medical. We're waiting a form from 1, but otherwise we're seeing students graduating. And what I'm really most proud of too is that the students who have come, they are either enrolling in another program after, or they're sending their family members. And so if you look publicly, we have 338 Google reviews, all 5 stars, from students and clients. So we're delivering on the promises that we made to those students when they came in.
Well, congratulations on your success there and and overcoming the hurdles associated with what were previously contingencies that it sounds like now we don't have to be concerned with. Commissioners, do you have any additional questions or comments? Any public comment? Then do I have a motion to accept the revised staff recommendation for number 13176?
Motion.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Congratulations on your first year.
Thank you so
We'll see you
much.
next
I
year.
appreciate it. Thank you.
Number 4. Number 4 is Pompano Beauty Academy, Pompano Beach, number 13117. If you're here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. Oh, hi, you're already there.
Yes. Good morning, commissioners, staff. My name is Anisha McDonald, and I am the owner of Pompano Beauty Academy.
Thank you for being here, Ms.
Thank
McDonald.
you.
We have a staff recommendation that has 2 contingencies, one around financial statements of the principals and one around student protection fund amounts. You may or may not have been working on those since this has been printed.
Yes, I submitted the second part of the financials on March 17th at 9:07 a.m.
Right.
And I just submitted the check of $16.63 on March 25th.
Okay, so both of those were after we got this printed,
Yes,
obviously?
sir.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sure in a contentious budget year that Florida is having, they appreciate your $16.63. All right. Tell us about how things are going relative to how you thought they were going to go.
They're going. So I just completed my first year. January of 2026, I started my second year. So I have increased enrollment by 50% from when I started January of 2025, this time last year. I have graduated a total of 12 students, so I'm very proud of that. The students are doing amazing. I am focusing on workforce development, ensuring those students graduate and they have some component of a career, whether either is working in a med spa, dermatologist's office, or even working for themselves. I have really increased on the business development portion of the curriculum, so not just teaching them aesthetics, but also teaching them what to do post-graduation. And things are going. It's been an amazing ride. I am so blessed, and I just love what I do.
So this is just some pennies worth of free advice. I know how busy and how quick most med spa companies are growing right now. And if you're interested in ramping up your enrollment, I would suspect that some of them have members of their staff who could benefit from the training that you do, and they might be willing to pay for the tuition associated with it because they know that staff member is a known quantity, they show up on time, they're a hard worker, and might invest in that so that when they come back, they can provide the services that you train them to do.
Yes.
And that type of corporate subsidy could help lower your marketing rates, right, your student acquisition costs. But I know that every one of those facilities where I live has tons of staff, some of which are just administrative handling, the day-to-day inflow of customers and patients that come and go. So it's a thought for you to pursue having that relationship where the company itself is paying for some of the upskilling of their existing staff.
Yes, I love that idea. Thank you so much.
You did manage to make a little money. Good job. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Does everything feel cash flow positive and solvent right now?
Yes.
You're not waking up at 3 a.m. worried about the bank account in any way?
No, no, no.
All right. Commissioners, do you have any additional questions or comments? Have any public comment? And hearing none, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 13117?
Motion.
Second. Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Keep up the good work. Congratulations on your first year.
Thank you so much.
Number 5 in this section is Smart Business Solution Beauty School Hialeah, number 11412. If you are here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. Nobody? Okay. Commissioners, you have a lengthy staff recommendation with 12, 13 actually, contingencies, along with the staff finding deficiencies, sorry, not contingencies, along with the staff finding that the institution fails to be in full compliance with a recommendation of denying this annual license.
Yes.
Do you guys have any discussion points or questions you'd like to chat through? Director, I'm showing a last year enrollment of about 10. We don't know current.
We do not.
For teach-out purposes, we don't know that yet.
We do not.
Okay. All right.
A question, how can we get information about the current situation, if there are any students or,
They're going to have to submit a teach-out plan, right?
Yes, so when we order them to conduct an orderly closure, we also walk them through the closure process, which requires them to provide us rosters of their current students and their anticipated graduation date, as well as their contact information. So we will have all of that throughout this process.
Is this institution responding to you at all?
So it appears that this institution did not respond to their 30-day letter, which was issued in December the 2nd of 2025. We did do an on-site visit in February of 2026.
And I think you'd said that the on-site visit that they were kind of operating?
Yes, we did conduct successfully see the operations of the school. We have a couple of outstanding items from that on-site visits that we're still waiting for them to address as well.
I'll also say that if the school is unresponsive to the orderly closure process, customarily we will conduct an additional on-site visit, and we can ascertain those figures from, assuming the school is keeping records.
Yeah, thank you. My question was under the assumption of, let's say, a lack of response or communication. Right. So, right. Thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion? Any public comment? Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations to deny the annual license and hold a orderly closure for number 11412?
Motion. Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Us to section E, where there is one item in application for extension of annual license, and that is Emerald Coast Scuba in Destin, number 2270. If you're here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. All right. Gentlemen, the staff recommendation is to grant an approval. Director, are these guys in communication with you consistently enough?
Yes, and I do have one correction to the staff recommendation that is in front of you. It should say we're granting the extension of that annual license through March 31st of 2027.
Okay. All right. Well, then, do I have any
Can I
public?
just ask a question? Why so long for this one?
So it will be a year annual license. So they have moved their date. They were previously a November renewal date, but they actually moved their date to March, so it's a correction on our side to also move it in our paperwork.
Thank you.
And it'll be the same thing when they get to the section where it states that they have to renew their license no later than 120 days. It'll be prior to that March 31st of 2027 date.
Okay. Do I have any public comment? Then do I have a motion to accept revised staff recommendation for number 2270?
Motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. All right, are you guys ready for the fun part? The part you've all been waiting for? Because I know most of you are going to jump up and run out and leave us behind to do all this work after we take a big section by consent. I'll try not to take that personally. Let me see. There's quite a few here, so let me make a couple of notes, please. Let's see. Oh, no, that's wrong. Almost there, guys. Thanks for your patience. Just making sure we get this right the first time. Okay. The application for annual renewal has 54 items in it. Do I have a motion to accept these items by consent?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Director, I have noted you would like to remove or pull numbers 31, 32, 35, 39, 50, and 53. Do you have any additional? 39.
I have 21, not 31.
You have 21?
21. So I have 21, 32, 35, 39, 50, and 53.
Okay, let me make sure why I did that. Oh, that's why. Because I had 31. Okay. So you had 21, 32, 35, 39, 50, and 53.
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Caballero, do you have any additional?
None additionals.
Commissioner Litvak?
Number 7?
7? Is that the only one?
That's the only one, only additional one, yes.
Commissioner Stefano?
None additional.
Commissioner Lynn?
None additional.
Commissioner Giuliano?
1, 2, and 7.
1, 2, and 7. Okay. I am pulling 31, 45, and 46. Okay. Let's see if we can get this right the first time. Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendation in section F for numbers 3, 4, 5, and 6, 8 through 20, 22 through 30, 33, 34, 36, 37, 38, 40 through 44, 47, 48, 49, and 54, and 52, and 51.
Motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. And that brings us to number 1, which is 5-Star Training Center, North Miami Beach, number 1964. If you are here from that institution, please come forward and introduce yourself. I don't think so.
All the people that just got passed are leaving.
It's all right. So we have no one from number 1. Commissioner Giuliano, I think this one was yours?
Yeah, the school's been licensed since 1997. That's a very long time. There's how many? 8, 9 contingencies. It looks like a lot of paperwork that wasn't done. I was interested in how school operations were going, first of all.
What's going on over there
What's
after
going
so
on
long?
over there for a school that's been licensed for almost 30
Director,
years.
are you aware of a secession plan or something going on over there?
I am not aware of any changes to normal operations.
So my other comment, which I was going to try to ask, the school's got consistently about 100 students every year and is consistently reporting 100% placement, 100% retention, 100% graduation across the board. These are not distance ed. These are just classes that are in person, and
That's amazing.
I was just wondering how they do that. But
Would you like to add a contingency for them to add, to provide verification of their 24, 25 placement and graduation rate?
I would.
Would you like to issue a delay and order them to appear in May?
I think that would be a good idea. Well, it's a Zoom call, so it's easy, but yes.
Have we, Executive Director first, have we previously issued a delay for the school?
1 second, please. No.
So then if that's the direction you commissioners want to go, it's going to be, you can vote to issue, vote to issue a delay of 90 days to the institution, order them to appear at is it May 28th? The day 2? Yeah, sorry, the May 29th meeting. If you approve, I'm gonna, the clerk's order will strongly urge the institution to satisfy as many of these application deficiencies as they can before that meeting, and to be prepared to explain the several years worth of 100% graduation, placement, and what else was it, Commissioner?
Retention, placement, graduation, 100% across the board for 3 straight years.
And Counselor, it's just to explain or to verify, maybe with the paperwork they can submit.
I will, I'll include an order for them to submit documentation verifying this no later than April 29th.
I would also, I don't know that this is a contingency, but I'll make 2 requests here. One, that staff reach out to the CPA. The financials that we're looking at, these don't look like audited financials to me, or a review. Even the header at the top is in a different font and color and looks to be pasted onto their balance sheet.
And it's not signed either.
Say that again?
The auditor's report is not signed.
Right, it's not signed, it's,
So yes, we will reach out to the CPA. That is, we are requiring them to submit another one. That was contingency 1 and 2, but we will also reach out to that CPA to have a conversation.
I want to verify with that. They should be doing a review, right, given their tuition amounts, their total tuition.
An auditor review, yes.
Right, one or the other. And Commissioner Caballero, if you get bored in between now and when they appear, you and I could go back and look at some of these other years, because I have a feeling we're going to look at something that looks similar to what we're looking at now in previous years. doesn't give me a lot of confidence in the veracity of what I'm seeing here. Anyway, is that asking you guys to reach out and validate to the CPA? Is it a contingency or is it just a request?
Nope, we will just do that.
Okay. All right. Thank you for pulling this, Commissioner Giuliano. Then, are we going to maintain the staff recommendation, or are we going to delay?
It's a motion to issue a delay in conformity with what I said.
Okay. Then do I have a motion to issue a delay for number 1964, consistent with council's recommendations previously?
So moved. And also including the additional contingencies, right, Counselor?
Well, it's a delay, so we
Or
wouldn't.
just delay?
What additional contingent, there are no
Didn't,
additional.
I thought they were going to, or you're just going to put that in the report, that they were going to verify and submit documentation, so isn't that a contingency for this?
It's not a contingency, no.
okay.
No, so we're clear. So the motion is to issue a delay, order the institution to appear before the commission at the May 29th meeting, urge them to, order them to verify, to submit documentation of the basis for their claims to have 100% placement, retention, and graduation rates no later than April 29th. And also urge them to cure as many of these identified deficiencies as they can before April 29th.
Okay, thank you.
So moved.
Seconded?
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Before we go to number 2, perhaps at the end of the meeting, we can talk about how we're consistently validating the CPA, with the CPAs who are being included in here. I'm not trying to add projects to you guys' plate, but I think this is the 3rd or 4th one we talked about in the past 2 days where it appeared suspect and just short of being written in crayon on the back of a bar napkin. So,
Well, if I may, Chair Williams, so I don't know that the commission presently has the resources to independently verify literally everyone.
right, that's why I'm asking, because
But-
that seems like a big ask.
But it's certainly not a big ask, and this is our practice. If an irregularity comes to staff attention, it's an easy phone call.
Okay. All right. Number 2 is Beauty School of Tampa, number 4127. If you are here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. Commissioner Giuliano, it doesn't appear there to be anyone here to have the conversation you're hoping to have, but you have the floor.
Well, they didn't have any contingencies, so I understand why they probably didn't show up. But once again, nearly 200 students on campus, 100% placement, 100% retention, 100% graduation. And I mean, I've been operating schools for a long time, and there's usually one person that drops out for some reason. So I don't want to be accusatory. I don't know. That's why I call just to see if I can ask. Maybe there's extenuating circumstances, but
If these guys are training what might become their future employees.
Right.
It might make sense if they had 10 different salons and they're training those folks and then hiring
and that would
them.
explain the placement.
Sure.
Maybe not the retention.
Agreed.
Did you want to add a contingency that give them the 30 days to submit documentation of the basis for their retention, graduation, and placement rates?
Yes. Like I said, if they were here, they could talk me off the ledge, maybe.
What years would you like that for?
That's a lot of work.
I mean, they've shown 100% placement since 2022, to your point.
Yeah, I mean, at least this past year.
24, 25?
Yeah. And that was it for that one, for me.
Okay. All right, then any further discussion? Any public comment? Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendation with the additional contingency as noted by Commissioner Giuliano for number 4127?
Motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries us to number 7, Broward Miami Health Institute, Miramar, number 9021. If you are here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself.
Morning, Commissioners. I'm Dr. Jose Otero, and I'm here with some staff, our VP and our Compliance Director. We got a call from the client who could not be in, and she got caught in class, and she's there now.
Good morning, Dr. AJ, Vice President, Otero Consulting Group.
Good morning, Carla Horta, Director of Compliance.
We do have some limited information, and I know because it's a nursing school and they're brand new. I do have some information I can supply, but obviously not in grave detail.
Okay. Are you guys working with them on their compliance?
Mm-hmm.
And
Yes.
you're aware of the contingencies that we're assessing?
Yes, correct. And that information has been sent, but obviously, there's some issues with emailing like everyone's talking about. However, we are happy to resubmit.
We had 2 pull. I think 2 commissioners pulled this. Were you one of them, Commissioner?
I was one.
Yes, please.
So as I was going through, and one of the conditions, number 1, is to update the clinical matrix. Please also look at what you're verifying it. You have North Shore Hospital down, and you have for OB, peds, and mental, but they don't, from what I can tell, do OB, peds, or mental. So make sure when you're filling out the matrix that you're looking at what they actually offer, and where they're actually actively going to and what sites you're actively using. So if you're doing mental health, you are doing mental health there, then that's fine, but I'm going to try to find out how, because, we'll look up the services the hospital provides, and that hospital is mainly med-surg and orthopedic, so it's great for med-surg, but I did not see how OB or peds especially could be done there.
And that's a very good point. If I can ask, I know this is unusual, but to ask for these contingencies to be added to this particular application, if it's not there already?
I think they already have an updated submission of an updated clinical matrix.
Right.
So
Yeah.
we're updating it and make sure that they are paying attention.
Oh, okay. So,
that it's
yeah,
too-
I thought you saw something else. Very good. Thank you very much for that.
Commissioner Iuliano, I think you probably pulled this because they too are showing 100% graduation rates and retention rates.
Yeah, that was one of them. The other question was, have you had any PN testers or grads?
They have not had any graduates at this time. July 26 will be their first. They have 8 students, PN students.
Okay.
So we'll find out, the data will be published after that.
Is that 8 totally enrolled at this time, or how
8
many?
totally enrolled at this time, yeah.
And they'll have all 8 graduating, or?
They should be, yes, according to the record.
Hopefully, we'll all cross the
Yeah.
fingers.
That's the first
Yeah.
graduating cohort.
And so then just a quick explanation, since you're here. 100% placement rate for 85 grads. Do you have a pipeline of where you're placing your grads?
The institution does have a pipeline. She has a lot of partnerships, and she herself owns a home health aid agency. So she has a lot of partners where she places her students, except, of course, the PM program, which does not have graduates yet.
Is that home health aid is predominantly most of your grads?
Yes.
Okay, understood.
Do you know off the top of your head what the cost of, let's just say, what's the most popular program they have?
I believe the home health aid is the most popular program they have.
Okay. What are they charging for that? Do you know?
No.
Here's why I'm asking. In a year with 100 enrollments, they're only showing $258,000 in revenue.
So mostly the HHA program would be probably the cost or the tuition would be between $750 to $1,000 because it's a 75 clock hour program.
So
So
maybe
it may
that's
not be a great generator of revenue, but it does have a lot of students.
Yeah, we don't get to see which program they're enrolled in. So if that is the case, then.
They do charge $675 per
There you
student
go.
for that tuition, yeah.
That's why.
I would just look back at your numbers as retention, like 100%, like I have students all the time that leave the state, get ill, that something happens, so seeing 100% is something that you really want to look at. Even if it's a short program, things usually do happen, so make sure that someone just looks through your numbers.
For sure. We can provide like a detailed report. If that
Not,
would be
not asking. Nope. I appreciate that. It's just a matter of just going back and look, because it's just when you see that, especially if you're going to see it year over year over year, then we might ask for verification. So.
I do work with them very closely when it comes to the 801 data. So I do verify and I make sure that these students either have been retained or placed.
Okay.
But we're happy to, of course, provide any additional documents.
Thank you.
Of course.
And thank you for being here and explaining that.
Yeah. So do we have an additional contingency beyond the 3 that were there?
No,
I don't.
just a very healthy discussion.
Okay. I'm confident the Terra Consulting Group will update us on those numbers as opposed to adding a 4th contingency around the discussion or need to appear.
For sure.
Right?
100%.
Okay. Then, do I have any public comment? Hearing none, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 9021?
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And since I'm already here, I want to say I work with a lot of institutions, and I mostly work with almost 99% of the specialists. I want to say they're doing an amazing job, and I would like to thank them, Mr. Bowman as well. They have been extremely helpful, so thank you.
Thank you for saying that.
Of course.
I think we're on 21. All right. Oh, yeah, I should use that. Look how helpful that is. No, but in the future, I should, if I had one of those in here, I wouldn't have to flip back and forth. Okay. Number 21 is the Empire Academy for Healthcare Education, West Palm, number 6253. If you're here from that institution, please step forward, introduce yourself. Director, I think this was yours.
This is Commissioner Litvack's, but I will defer to him on this one.
Ah, okay.
I think you also pulled it too, right?
No,
No?
not
Okay.
this one.
So I'm not sure if I'm ready to approve this program yet for a number of reasons, and having the parties here would have been very helpful today. First is I'm trying to figure out their clock to credit hour conversions. I don't see how they're doing those conversions and where the credit hours are coming from. If you guys want to look at the matrix, you can, so trying to understand that. Secondly, they only have and only list 2 courses that are called a lab and externship for the program. I don't know how those get broken up, what's included in them, and how many course descriptions. Typically, you would do a medical surgical practicum, then you would do a pediatric practicum, geriatric. You would have each of those spelled out. These appear to be all together, so I'm not even sure if they're doing concurrent education with the theory and the clinicals, or they're just doing an externship at the end, which I don't think meets the requirements of the program. So I would, I don't want to deny, but if we can hold off and maybe get clarification or revised breakdowns with additional cost descriptions and items like that.
And Commissioners, you do have 2 actions in front of you. This is a institution which is doing the renewal of their annual license, so we could take that action separately. And then if the Commission desires, we can issue a deferral or a 90-day licensure delay for this practical nursing program, so then they can answer some of the questions that are from Commissioner Litvack and return in May.
Yeah, I had the same question here financially as before. With a Florida enrollment of 24, they're only $17,000 in revenue. They lost money every year for 3 years, 4 years now. What would total up to be well over $100,000 and even a lost cash, not just on the books. So I got questions around the sustainability of that, and also understanding, do we have inactive programs? Because if just a handful of the other programs would have exceeded the numbers that are on their books. I mean, the home health aid would have to be extraordinarily cheap, just a couple of $100, even to get close to that.
It looks like they only have enrollments in home health aide and the nursing assistant.
Even still, 17,000 doesn't make sense with 75 for the same year. All right, so
And even like, if you look at the equipment list, like typically you would see, like, I don't know if this lab is really sufficient to be doing practical nursing. They don't even have any simulators or, again, you don't need the high end, but at least a basic mannequin to do certain things on. I don't see that in theirs. So it's going back to the financials, how are they actually going to outfit the labs and afford the labs and add this type of program?
So if we're going to issue a delay, we do need to state what the basis for it is. So can we just clarify the outstanding concerns? Is it over the financial sustainability of the new
yeah,
program?
they've lost money every year for 3 years, but are trying to add a new program. So I definitely have questions around that.
Yes.
Commissioner Litvak also had questions regarding an explanation or a verification of their clock to credit hour conversions. There's some confusion about that, how that is occurring, as well as what is included in their labs and externships, and then the sufficiency of the lab equipment for the PN program.
And since we're delaying this, do we also add in an order to appear?
Yes.
Yes.
What was the last thing? I have a explanation of clock to credit hours conversion.
Externships, like how they're actually doing the clinicals and what's involved with those, and do they actually cover all the
equipment.
different areas that's required for program purposes?
Okay.
Because there's no explanation, it just says externship, which is very strange.
All right. Well, hopefully they'll be here in person. We can have that conversation.
We'll include in the delay that to submit whatever materials they want to the commission's consideration no later than April 29th.
Thank you.
So give me some advice here on the motion that we're seeking, since we're delaying one recommendation and accepting the other.
So the staff recommendation would remain the same, except for it ends at that no later than 120 days prior to May 31st of 2026. And then everything after that where we grant approval of the PN program, that will be struck.
So it's just a revised recommendation.
Correct.
Okay.
And it is,
So one way to put it concisely might be to adopt staff recommendation as to the application for annual licensure renewal, and then to issue a delay as to the application for the new practical nursing diploma program under the terms that were discussed a few moments ago.
So move.
Do I have
Second.
a motion? Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes. Look forward to that conversation in May. All right, I think we're at 31. Florida Truckers Institute, Newport Richey, 11494. If you're here from that institution, please step forward. Hello.
Hello, how you doing?
I'm doing really well. It's great to see you. Thanks for being here, and thanks for being patient. I know it's a long day.
Yes.
I pulled you guys because I wanted to just get an update on how things are going broadly, and then let's maybe talk about all the things that are happening at Federal Department of Transportation and how that's impacting you. So how are things? We get trailing information, so we have no idea where you are right now.
Right. Things are going well. We had some site visits, from the state, checking on our site, checking on all of our safety and equipment and things like that. Once the changes came into play, we definitely had to readjust things with our operation. And mainly just kind of looking at our overhead and making sure that we're not overextending ourselves. But in all, everything is working out pretty good.
Okay. It looks like you guys are operating just Class A EODT, right?
Yes.
So are you doing Class B?
No, right now, we're not doing Class B, no. We're just sticking with the A.
Okay. And are you running any hazmat or any doubles or triples or anything else in there endorsement-wise?
No. Early on, we were doing, through our vendor, CDL Power Suites, we had the hazmat theory
Sure.
that we were doing for some of our students. But since this renewal, we stopped doing any type of endorsements.
Well, Power Suite's good stuff. Jason's a good guy.
Yep.
Okay, so let's talk about how you've been impacted by Secretary Duffy.
Yes.
I mean, listen, I support what he's doing. We all knew that it
Absolutely.
happened, but it's causing chaos. And I'm just checking on you guys to make sure that amidst all that chaos, you've been able to accommodate and
We have. I think the biggest challenge for a lot of schools, I mean, particularly probably in Miami and in Orlando, was the Spanish-speaking students. We never really relied on the Spanish-speaking students. In our area, and you may know that too, in our area, we don't have a heavy population like that.
Right,
So,
right.
And then plus, we're certified by the VA workforce and things like that.
for
and
post
vocational-
9/11 GI Bill?
Yep.
Oh, good for you.
Yeah, and I'm a veteran myself, so I'm a big supporter of veterans.
Thank you for that.
So, we have a lot of different resources to be able to get the students that we need to
Yeah.
keep operations going.
Yeah, well, ironically enough, that requirement for the test to be taken in English has been on the books for decades.
Yeah.
I think it was like 1935 when it came through, actually. It's crazy, but
Yep.
the enforcement of that was shocking to some,
Mhm.
right, finally. Are you a third-party tester also?
Yes, we are.
Are you a tester personally?
No, I'm the administrator.
Who are you, or do you employ testers, or are you using external vendors?
No, we employ testers. We subcontract them, so we have three third-party testers that we utilize at the site.
Okay. How do you guys manage you can't train them if you test them thing?
No, our testers they don't
Oh, they're
touch any
completely
students.
separate.
No. They just
Okay.
do testing, that's it.
Okay. Well, congratulations on what looks to be a successful, sustainable program here. You guys have trained, 500 people? That's
Yeah,
awesome.
from the time we started, we probably average anywhere from like 20 to 25 students a month. We try not to overload our yard because we want students to be able to get good time on the equipment.
Yep.
So, we try to do our best to give them the quality of training they need.
Awesome. Well, thanks for being here today. Thanks for the discussion. And at the end, it'll be good for everybody.
I
It's just
think
a little
so.
tumultuous right now, right? Okay. Commissioners, do you guys have any additional questions or comments? Do you have any public comment? Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 11492?
Motion. Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes. Keep up the good work. Thank you for being here.
Thanks.
I think we're on 32, Institute of Laser Training Estero, number 10178. If you're here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourselves. Hello.
Hi, I'm April Sig. I'm one of the teachers, registered nurse, instructors.
Sorry, I'm Jonathan Sig, physician assistant. I'm the director of the program for the Institute of Laser Training.
Thank you both for being here. We have an attached summary sheet addendum, gentlemen, in front of you. Are you aware of the recommendations that we're reviewing here today?
We are aware of them, yes.
Okay. Do you have questions or comments about that before the commission?
We have questions as far as understanding. Two of the issues have been rectified, from my understanding. One, the last issue would be, again, funds within the accounts, within the bank account, that they were not sufficient. So I believe that's why the denial has been suggested, because there are no funds in the account. But we have an explanation for that.
Okay. I think that may have just been the tip of the iceberg on that. from a fund availability standpoint. Commissioner Caballero, do you want to speak to that?
I mean, first, I think your program specialist, Andy Shan, did a phenomenal job. Jason Bowen has done a phenomenal job, and Eric Gunta has done a phenomenal job. I think our concern is that 9 different sets of financial statements have been presented for basically one application.
So the 9 different, and again, I'm sorry if I interrupt, just please, you can stop me anytime. The 9 different ones, again, if you look at the reasoning there, was because little things had to be changed here and there. That was number 1. Number 2 is midstream, we had to change accountants. So the first time that we were approved, which was just in November of last year until now, that accountant was fine. The second time, we were not approved using that accountant at the last minute. So the new accountant.
The thing is that the little things don't appear to be that little. The little things appear at best misstatements, at worst misrepresentations.
So on my response to that would be is that it's a CPA. I don't control what the CPA did or does. I have nothing to do with that. I know nothing on that accounting side, so I took their word. These are not, again, out of respect of them, the accountants, the 2 we've used are very, very highly respected in our community, CFOs of very large companies, and also do just beyond. So again, we thought very good accountants. I'm not an accountant, so yes.
Which accountant are you referring to?
I'm sorry?
Which CPA were you referring to?
So the first one that came into question was Ms. Cindy Cross, and Ms. Cindy Cross did the accounting for us for our initial acceptance. She was the one that was then refused because deemed she was not independent, although she hadn't changed her position from the previous route that we did this. The question with her came with some signatures that they did not match up with the signatures she had before on her documents. Again, I can't control what happens there. Her argument was, again, when asked specifically, were these your signatures? She says, they appear to be my signatures. Did you sign this? She wouldn't say, because she's honestly just that kind of person. She says she does 100 documents a day. She wouldn't confirm that, and that's what set off, well, those are questionable signatures.
Well, and the biggest concern there was that her as an independent CPA, the way that our counsel reached out to her was via an email, cindy@laserspainstitute.com. So that just raises huge amounts of concerns of, is she really independent?
Yes, sir.
CPA.
And so my, again, response with that, and this came again, we initially had used Mr. Sam Ferguson, had a phone call with him on this concerning was she considered independent, and in his exact words is yes, she was considered independent, simply because this was a compilation report, and when reviewing the state of Florida, a compilation report, you do not to be an independent CPA. That wasn't my decision again.
But it should have been disclosed that she wasn't independent.
No, I'm sorry. She worked for Liaison Spa. That was disclosed. We were approved the first time. It's on the financial statements that she signed on our first round.
So to be clear, staff did not realize when you sent that first one and that was approved by the commissioners, staff was unaware of her status. Because she had signed that she was an independent CPA, we took that at face value. We did not realize that she was an employee of the institution. We would not have accepted that financial then had we have known at that time that she was an employee of the institute.
She's actually not an employee of the institute. She's
Of our parent company, which is in a whole other company.
She's still not an independent CPA.
And again, in her defense, because she couldn't be here, her defense was that it was a compilation report. It was not doing financial statements. And again, I looked on Florida law, and it says a compilation. Now, again, I know it may be different for the board. I'm not an accountant. And it was an honest mistake. And hence why, when I say rectifying that, we immediately went and got us another accountant. We found another accountant. He is the CFO of Collier County Fire and Rescue. He did the accounting given 3 days to do it. Now, he again had a few mistakes on his too. Yeah, are they big? Again, possibly they are, I don't know. But because our business is so new and our numbers are obviously very, very small, I think he probably kind of whipped through it, honestly. I just, again, ask these people, please help us. We're so close to the finish line.
Mr. Giorgetti, since they're speaking on behalf of your firm, would you like to confirm the assessment that they said Mr. Ferguson made? Do you have awareness of this? Because I feel like they're making statements on y'all's behalf, so you're welcome to step to the podium if you'd like.
And we, by the way, have a dictated conversation that that is what was told to us.
So Commissioners, I can tell you that when Mr. Ferguson and I hold calls with anyone, we go through the basics of what is a financial statement, what is necessary, and we don't know who the employees are, for one.
Sure.
Had we known that Ms. Cross was a physical employee of the institution, different story. But when we get those financial statements, we put them in the application. In this case, it was the informal hearing petition. We submit them. I don't remember Sam Ferguson saying that.
So for a clarification, were you told that she was an employee of the parent company of the institution?
I don't know, we had that conversation, what, in July, August? After
November.
Well, it was after your July hearing, you're correct?
Yes.
So we had that conversation in August or September, somewhere.
It was
I just don't
shortly
remember.
after we hired you, yes,
Yeah.
because the question came from the accountant, am I independent? And it was one evening, yourself and Mr. Ferguson came on, and he said she is definitely, because the parent company, she does financial statements, but for this it was a compilation, and she does not work for the Aesthetic Laser Institute. She only works for the Laser on Spa, completely different company. And a compilation is not the same.
Just to be 100% clear, the Florida Board of Accountancy says that independence before anything should be independence in appearance. So there's zero independence in appearance when she's using the same emails, and she's told our staff that she was a W-2 employee, and then she said, guess what? I'm not. I'll retract that if I need to. You know,
Yeah,
that's number
and
one.
a parent company is a parent company. I think it's a shell game to say that if she's not an employee of the entity that is being licensed, doesn't necessarily mean that that person is independent. And, I think it may be splitting hairs also to say that a compilation is not financial statements, because what are they compiling? They are compiling financial statements, right?
If I may also offer a clarifying remark. So there are two grounds given in the executive director's recommendation for denying this application. And let's be clear, merely being mistaken about the independence of a CPA is not, that in and by itself is not grounds for a fraud allegation. To the extent that there were concerns about the independence of the CPA, that deficiency, that very narrow deficiency, has been rectified by the subsequent submissions by Mr. Klingeren. Now, there are other deficiencies identified with the financial statement. So I just want to be clear that there's nothing, there's no taint that attaches to being mistaken about, what is an independent CPA. And none of the allegations of fraudulent misrepresentation are predicated on mistaken identity as to independence. That might speak to whether Ms. Cross should have known better or not, but this commission doesn't have any jurisdiction over CPAs. And there's no allegation that your former consultant engaged in any wrongdoing if they had a mistaken impression about her independence. That's not really at issue here. And so I don't think that that this commission needs to focus on that. To the extent there were any issues with the independence, that deficiency has been rectified.
Right, so it's material still in our assessment of how prepared we are.
It's just that there's 9 sets of financial statements for a $3,000 balance sheet that has had several inconsistencies. At a minimum, you're obviously a very successful business person in the laser thing, but at a minimum, it sheds light into administrative capacity for functioning a school, because this is heavily regulated. That's the only, because even reading through another financial statements, which, again, if it was Ms. Krause or it wasn't Ms. Krause, for one financial statement, the report basically says that the school has done poorly because the CIE has taken too long to approve them. Like, no CPA used that type of language in any type of report. So that just sheds light into, was that report even prepared by Ms.
So let's be clear, as far as the any suggestions of fraudulent misrepresentation, that question revolves around not whether Ms. Cross was independent. That question revolves around whether she in fact prepared and signed the submissions that bear her name and ostensible signature. That's what the question is.
And so with that, she offered after the question, which again, after speaking her in private, and again, I know it doesn't weigh maybe a lot, but she is probably one of the most sweetest and honest people I've ever met. She offered to re-sign all documents, which she did, turned those back in, and on top of that, she offered to have them all notarized. But there was no response to that.
The question, though,
Yes.
okay, but none of that speaks to whether the prior submissions, which bear her name and ostensible signature, were in fact prepared and signed by her. So in other words, just to speak hypothetically,
Yes.
if
And-
fraud is committed, the fact that you later get real financials from her doesn't cure the fraud.
And again,
Speaking
I
hypothetically.
cannot, again, speak for her, but her response again was, this appears to be my signature, but she would not say, did you sign it? And that was the question I know that you had for her. Did you sign this? And she wouldn't respond to that. She just said, it appears to be my signature. I don't know why that was her response. I really don't.
Do you understand why that's troubling to the commission?
I agree 100%. I agree. But
Okay.
at the end of the day, I'm not her, and I can only say right away, she was let go,
Right.
even though we liked her, because she wasn't considered independent, so she was done. And I'm sorry, she wasn't happy about that, especially as respected as she is in this industry, and we found another one. So I'm looking at us as the applicant. I understand it was not good, it doesn't look good, all these ones that went in, but we're trying to rectify it and show that, again, there was really no foul meant to be caused.
Yeah, just look, as a business owner myself, I'm just curious why a successful group like you wouldn't have just gone to get an external party and had them put together very simple, compilations that were consistent with GAP practices and submit things that didn't have small inconsistencies. I mean, wouldn't have been hard to do that. And
I agree.
Right, so I'm just confused why you just didn't go that route to begin with. Does your separate business not have a separate CPA?
We have a number of CPA firms. We have 20 different companies.
Why
so
wouldn't
they
you
have a
just go
number.
to those guys?
So again, they would still be tied in with us, so we couldn't do it. It's still part of this. It wouldn't be considered independent, obviously. Any of my companies that I own
Well,
would
no,
not be
if
considered
they're not
independent.
working for you.
Yeah.
No, I mean
if they're not
a
directly
public
working for your
accountant.
company, like,
Yes.
and by that I mean they're an employee of your company
Yes.
or a subsidiary of a company.
Right.
They are still independent. They can do all the work and still be considered independent.
They can be doing financial statements for your other
For all of
companies
them,
as long
yes.
as they don't work for your company.
Right, and that's what I'm saying,
As an
is if you had
employee,
capable folks who weren't intertwined in some employment / contracting independent relationship, I just don't understand why we wouldn't have just gone to something so simple as the independent public accountant for any of your companies and had it created, and we wouldn't have even had this conversation.
And I think my response would be, because initially we were approved. We were approved using this particular CPA and didn't think anything of it. And then it just came up at the beginning of this month that she was not deemed independent. So at that time, we started finding someone else. If she wasn't approved, I would have gone to someone else right away.
I think you got the chicken before the egg here. I'm saying that as a business owner, I have a notary on staff.
Mhm.
I never use her because she's on my staff.
Mhm.
I could walk 20 feet away and have her notarize it, but I leave the building and I go somewhere else because she's on my staff. I just don't understand why you didn't do that.
We've never applied for a school. This is, go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, we asked, we were advised that she was independent in November. That's how we went with it. She
And
does
so,
not work for the Institute of
From a
Laser
business side,
Training.
why would I go outside of anywhere if I was told this will work?
And if
I
we-
want to keep it in-house if I can.
If we take the independence outside of this,
Yes.
let's kind of separate this a little bit. So the financial statements that were submitted to this commission, each submission contained multiple irregularities, altered dates and amounts, handwritten changes written over prior printed text, mouse pointer artifacts indicating digital manipulation, arithmetic contradictions, inconsistent signatures purporting to be from the same PA, and the documents are not standard CPA work. So even with, let's separate that she was not independent, all of these things are why commission staff start looking at your financials and ask questions. And then when we did ask the question of yourself and your staff, who was Ms. Cross at the time, Ms. Cross evasively answered us. She never once stated, I did these financials. So from our standpoint, this looks highly suspicious that your CPA is not admitting to doing your financials.
I agree.
So
I
that
don't-
appears on our side that that is fraudulent, that these financials may not have been in fact completed by Ms. Cross, but were submitted to us. And then later, Ms. Cross went back to say, okay, well, now I'll sign them.
I completely understand how that would appear that way.
Can I also make this observation, Commissioners? If you look under your Exhibit 3, number 5, the submission of February 13th, 2026, the so-called accounts report, there's language here. There is what purports to be Ms. Cross's signature, and she may well have signed it, but this does not appear to be a document that a CPA would prepare. Let me give one example. There's paragraph, section 4, under net operating results. In the 3 years I've been at this commission, I've never seen a paragraph like this, and I'm going to read it out loud. The school concluded fiscal year 2025 with a negative operating position. However, they feel the school will be successful this coming year with a huge growth due to more marketing, word of mouth, and have amazing Google reviews. That's how it's worded. And have amazing Google reviews. And kind of like how Trump writes on Truth Social, the amazing is capitalized, although that's not a proper adjective. Amazing Google reviews for being a caring and supportive school for those who would like to learn at a price most everyone could afford. Commissioner Caballero, is that standard CPA language?
Wholeheartedly no.
Okay.
I would not disagree at all with that. Again, I'm not a CPA. I feel we rectified this by getting an entire new CPA. And I understand this looks bad, but it looks to me bad on her because this was not anything we did.
So, Mr. and Mrs. Sig, did either of you prepare this document and then ask Ms. Cross to sign it?
We gave her information, like statements like what my wife, actually one of the statements on there is for my wife, and told her that, look, we're going to do better, it's going to get better. And did she put that on there? Maybe she did. Maybe she put it on there.
So. Well, did you review these before you submitted them? Because as, a
business owner.
Business owner, yeah. As a president of a college, the financials, I have to review them.
I've never seen a set of financial statements like this before. Ms. CPA Cross, could you please restate them before I submit it to the commission?
Right, so that particular financial statement, she was in the Mediterranean at the time. She only had her computer. I directed her to, she's like, what kind of financial statement do you want? Because Ms. Shan said they needed a financial, they needed a graduation rate, all these 5 different things. With that said, I sent her the website for ChatGPT, which then had how to create a proper financial statement. It was like, blank, fill in the blanks type of thing. So at that point, she took that, used it, and I was like, wow, that's much bigger than a compilation.
I'm going to guess she cut and pasted a bunch of stuff in the middle of a boat in the Mediterranean.
Let me just make sure I heard you correctly. You're talking about the CPA that, I don't know her name, I'm sorry.
Cynthia Cross, the first one, yes.
And she is a CPA?
Yes.
And you suggested to her to use ChatGPT to understand how to form proper compilation? I mean, she's a CPA, would she not know how to do that?
It wasn't a compilation, it was
or financial statements.
Financial statement. She's like, what do you need this to say? And I was like, well, let's see what, I know it sounds generic,
And if a CPA,
but
if a CPA is asking you, what do you need me to say? That didn't raise any red flags?
well, this isn't something she normally does. She's a CFO of a big company.
I'll tell you, to become a CPA is
wanted
not very
something-
easy.
she thought it was very
I know many people who have not been able to make it to the
basic,
CPA exam.
And this is, again.
To say that she
I'm
wouldn't
just
know
telling the
what's required here,
I'm not
highly doubtful.
disagreeing about Ms. Cross's, whatever she did as a CPA, not disagreeing, and this is why we moved on to another one. It's just difficult to understand, our application because we aren't CPAs. I'm in medicine. Ask me a million medicine questions, but So we try to find somebody that we can trust and use, and she obviously made a lot of mistakes. I don't disagree with that, and hence why we found another CPA, and we did it again.
But I believe incorrectly again, right? I believe incorrectly again, the second.
The first set that was provided by the new CPA still had irregularities on that, and that is the same. I'm going to pull it
But
up.
I believe he corrected
The
those.
CPA
He did-
find those, or,
He
and you
did do
told
them.
them?
We reached out to the CPA, and he corrected those errors, and then they were resubmitted back to the commission. There was, let me pull this up real quick, just so I'm saying. So when we received those compilation reports on our CIE Form 604 from Mr. Klinkeren, this was provided, those documents were provided to us by Ms. Sig at the time, and those had documents in there, and then there were 2 pages on the back of that that had balance sheets for the Laser Lounge Spa LLC. Those 2 documents in the back of that were sent to us and said, hey, our CPA has compiled these documents, here you go. They both had cursors on them. So, of course, staff immediately noticed that that looks a little odd. That wouldn't come from a CPA like that. We reached out to Mr. Klinkeren. He explicitly stated that he didn't prepare or review any of the financial statements for the parent company, the Laser Lounge Spa LLC, and that he didn't author the balance sheet that followed his compilation report. So while we received the compilation report with those balance sheets attached on the back of it, that new CPA did state that he did not author the balance sheet. So can you kind of speak to us about why they were submitted to us in that manner?
So again, I'm trying to understand because I'm a little lost. So they sent over the financial statements, correct? And were they signed by Mr. Van Klingeren?
Ms. Sig sent the
yeah,
financial
okay, so she
statements,
sent
yes.
them.
I just want to make sure that, because we didn't receive anything separate, so I just want to separate that out. Ms. Sig sent us those financial statements
Yes.
that had the compilation and the 2 balance sheets, but it was almost a package. Like it
Signed
was-
by,
The compilation,
Yes.
well, it all was together,
Yep.
but Mr. Klingeren stated he did the compilation,
okay.
but he didn't do the balance sheets that were submitted.
So he did not sign those, or he did
If
not
I
sign
may,
There's not a
if I may,
signature on those.
Executive Director Hurst, okay, so let's be clear. I'm going to walk us through this, because I think it'll maybe make it
You
clearer.
figured all of it.
If I may just pull something up. I'm going to pull up the email. Okay, so on March 16th, 2026 at 8:31 p.m., the commission received an email from Ms. Sig, to which Mr. Sig was copied. The email is titled, Completed New CPA Signed 604/Accountants Compilation Report / Financials for Institute of Laser Training Financials. And then the text of the email is very short. It says, good evening, CIE administrators. Please find attached below the completed financial forms required for the CIE submission for annual review signed by the new CPA, who is also attached to this email. Thank you very much, etc. The email PDF attachment is titled New CPA Signed Accountants Compilation Report X Institute of Laser Training Incorporated PDF. That's a necessary setup. You click on this PDF, and there is a document of 7 pages, a PDF of 7 pages. The first 2 pages are the new Form 604, signed by the CPA and by Mrs. Sig. What follows is what appears to be, at first sight, a 5-page document. It's titled Accountants Compilation Report, and it is indeed signed by the new CPA. There is a cover letter, followed by a balance sheet for the Institute of Laser Training Incorporated, followed by statements of operations for Institute of Laser Training Incorporated, followed by a balance sheet for the Laser Lounge Spa LLC, and then a second balance sheet, actually for the Laser Lounge Spa, or I guess the second page of that balance sheet. The implication of this is that these final 2 pages are part of the compilation report by the CPA. We contacted Mr. Van Klingeren and said, no, those last 2 pages are not my work. In fact, it's actually apparent it's not his work, because you can see these are actually screenshots of, off a computer. The mouse cursor marks are still there. So he told us, okay, well, the SIGs must have, that's their own internal documents that they've appended to my compilation report. I haven't, this is what he said, that he hadn't reviewed or compiled these figures for the Laser Lounge Spa LLC. So it looks, one possible interpretation of this is that you attach these to the CPA's actual compilation report to give commissioners the impression that he also in some way reviewed or compiled the parent company, which he didn't.
May I interrupt, please? I would really like to save everybody some time here, okay? I am more than happy to just withdraw our application altogether. To me, this feels a lot like a little bit of a witch hunt right now. We're nitpicking over accounting things that I can't control. I don't know what we're talking about a compilation that was $3,000. That's what we're dealing with.
Correct.
We run multi-million-dollar companies. I'm sorry this was all so misconstrued in a way that it made it look so bad. I'm a minister in my church. He's a Sunday school teacher. We did this school to help other people. We have graduated. We have 3 people graduating now. We have 9 more that are now registered if we were to be accepted. 3 of them are single moms. 4 of them are unwed, and 2 of them are just trying to make it with their spouse. We are just trying to help people with this. So again, quite honestly, this is way more than I anticipated over some accounting stuff. When you see the energy that we put into this school, we've got books this big, we put 2 years, we paid this nice gentleman $16,000 to help us, and it's over an accounting thing. So I really would be more than happy just to withdraw this.
Yeah, so it's not an accounting thing, that's the problem.
I'm sorry?
It's not an accounting thing. And I can understand, look, I'm not sure what happened here, to be on the record. But it's not accounting, it's about whether or not maybe fraud took place here.
What is it,
Because
Farm?
you
Sorry?
see a number of documentation and things that are being put forth with people saying, well, I don't know, I can't verify that's my signature.
By an accountant that I can't control. I'm the applicant, I'm not the accountant.
Ultimately, it is your responsibility as the owner of the institution that you're submitting it to us, and you're also verifying that the information we're providing is true and accurate and is not in a deceiving form. Now, when I look at the numbers here, Counselor, somehow the accountant did have to get the total assets of 1.6 from somewhere. So he probably had to see that sheet, is what my guess is. So it could be just a oversight that they attached it.
Well, let me just get 2 points of clarification really quickly. The first being your comment about a witch hunt. Every person in this room and every person that was here yesterday has navigated this same process. You're not being treated any differently than anybody else who stood at that podium. And if you've listened to the tenor and the culture of this body, I think you would see one that is supportive and wanting success for both the schools and the students. So I disagree wholeheartedly with your assessment of a witch hunt. I don't know you personally and I don't know your business, but what I want is what's best for Florida and what's best for the students who pay you to be there. So just clarify that.
I understand. I could
So
write a
that
book
comment
on-
was certainly not accurate, and I don't think it's consistent with the tenor and the culture of this body. The second is, and I just want to make sure you understand that if fraudulent information was submitted for the purposes of acquiring a license from this body, then a law was broken.
There's nothing fraudulent. Show me, where's the fraud at?
I just said if.
Yeah.
I'm just making sure you hear what we're saying.
Yeah.
If information was fraudulently submitted for the purposes of
could
becoming
happen
licensed,
anywhere
then
here,
a
yes.
law was broken and council would refer you for probable cause to the state's attorney. I'm just making sure you understand why we're
100%.
digging in. You think it's a small and insignificant number.
I don't.
Et cetera, et cetera.
I don't.
We're trying to get the veracity of the situation to understand whether laws were broken.
And I'm trying to show that we're assuming here that fraud took place, even though we're not saying the word, when it did not take place.
No one's
That's all.
assuming anything. We're asking questions to try to understand.
Fraud has come up more times than I can even count right here in this motion.
No one is
and-
assuming. If
Okay.
you had the ability to prove otherwise, then we wouldn't be having this conversation. But so far, what we've received has not made us have a whole lot of confidence in the veracity of that data. Look,
okay.
I could text my accountant and say, email my financial statements to this email address. I would be hands off. They would show up from him on his email address. It would be under whatever general accounting practices that the world is supposed to follow, I wouldn't have been involved in it at all, and it could take place in about 30 minutes. So the fact that that didn't happen, despite your business reputation, sets off alarm bells for why did it not? Because I know you probably have the ability to do that simply and easily and quickly.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, why did it not 9 times?
Right, good point, yeah.
Why did it not 9
Technically
times?
Technically 7 times, I'm sorry.
Seven times.
Right, well, listen, do you stand by your assertion to withdraw your application?
I'm assuming we're going to be failed anyway, so that's why I said that.
Well, no, it's two different things.
Yeah.
It's two different things if you would like to withdraw. So would you like to speak to the difference between those?
So if the application is voluntarily withdrawn, and if this commission is willing to accept a voluntary withdrawal of an application, then there's no history of discipline on the record of the institution. It's a cleaner exit from this sector for your name and reputation. And I have suggested language for a motion. If the institution affirms that they're going to voluntarily withdraw, I can give you that language.
Okay, what does that sound like, just so that they could hear it before they agree to it?
Oh, sure. So it would be a clerked order that would just take notice of the voluntary relinquishment of license and to direct the institution to conduct an orderly closure.
Are you amenable to those terms?
And the other option, again, is we go through this and you fail me, and then that goes just on my record that the school has failed, which I'm
So
going to
if the
close anyways.
license, if the license is not voluntarily withdrawn here, then, it's up to the commissioners what they do based on the evidence in front of them and what they've heard. They can grant, commissioners, you can grant their application for annual licensure renewal. You can deny it, and you can choose your reasons for denying it. There are 2 suggested reasons. One of them is, and we really haven't even talked about it, the insufficiency of the submitted, and we're talking the revised one, so the latest one, insufficient capital in the latest financial statement. And then there's the more serious allegation of, that the institution has attempted to obtain licensure by means of fraudulent misrepresentation. So those are your options or other grounds if you find any.
So, Counselor, if it's for insufficient capital, that would give them an opportunity to still, what would they do?
Well, if they withdraw, they have the opportunity to resubmit, right?
So, after they conduct an orderly closure, anybody has the opportunity to apply at a future date to start a new independent post-secondary school.
And if that's option A, or one option, I should say, if we went forward and said, okay, they have insufficient capital, does that place them on provisional license then because they failed to meet?
If you say, okay, so if this commission denies any application for licensure because of a deficiency, the notice of intent is issued, and they either accept it or they appeal within 21 days, and they cure that deficiency before an informal hearing, and then they're given their license.
Which they've done already before.
Which they've done before, but there's no limit to how many times you can do that. If this commission alleges fraudulent misrepresentation, that's not something that can be cured. If they dispute that it's fraud, they have the option of either coming before the commission at an informal hearing or electing for a formal hearing before the Division of Administrative Hearings. So
Thank you.
There's many different alternatives. So I think the primary question is, the threshold question is the institution going to voluntarily relinquish its license here and now? And if it is, then we're done.
What would be your preference?
Whatever you want. I can't do this anymore.
I can't either. We will just withdraw, just not work the energy anymore. And we had one goal to help all these women, and now we get to call them all and say, guess what? Find a new job, all placed in everything. So it's sad that this is what it's come to, but it is what it is.
So, Commissioners, the motion is to the issuing of an order taking notice of the voluntary relinquishment of license and directing the institution to conduct an orderly closure.
Okay. Yeah, I agree with you, sir, because just a small amount of adherence to the state requirements and the same effort that every other school has made would have prevented this from happening. So do I have a motion to?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second. Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you for being here, and thank you for your collaboration. I think that rounds out, it does not, actually. So, when we come back, because we're going to take a short break here, we'll jump to, I think, number 35, if I have that correct, and give us about 15 minutes. Thank you very much. Yeah, just want to re-announce, 1:30. We will break for lunch and come back at 1:30. Thank you. We can get started having conversations. I'm sure Dr. Stefano and Commissioner Giuliano will be back in a second. We are picking back up at number 35, Latin View Academy, Green Acres, number 3728. If you are here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. Good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon. Okay, my name is Ariel Espinosa. I am the president and CEO of Latin View Academy. I'm sorry.
Thank you for being here, Mr. Espinosa. Have you had a chance to review the staff recommendations that we have in front of us here today?
Actually, yes, and honestly, took my attention because I sent all this information to Andrea. She very nice. We had contact by phone, not by email, previous. So when she was prepared the package, and all of that was submitted. So
there's always a little bit of a delay between when we print this and when we're here. So it's possible that you submitted some of those things after what we have here was printed, and it's just not shown yet.
Yes, 100% sure that this information she received previous to, I don't know what is the deadline that you have to process each period, but yes, this information was submitted with.
Well, then it shouldn't be a big deal to satisfy those contingencies after today if they're already in our hands. It's just a delay between the two.
Yeah,
So-
I have the email. If you want, I can show you the
No,
email
I think that
I
would be
sent.
fine.
No, you're fine. So what you will do is you'll get a clerked order, and it'll just have these two contingencies left on there, along with the requirement for you to submit your progress reports, which is that area at the very bottom. You'll submit those two items when you receive your clerked order, and then we'll process it that way. So,
Okay, very good.
yeah. So you can either resubmit what you've already done when you get the clerked order, or you can just kind of point us to when you sent it previously. But as I've told some others, if you're submitting certain things, it may be that there was a deficiency within them, so that it's still a contingency because they needed something else. So sometimes it's just better to resubmit it after you receive the clerked order, so I can have the most recently updated version.
Okay, and not only I send the email to her, also to the person that know our representative, the person in, I don't know who is assigned from. So this CIE, so the email that CIE.
Yeah, our CIE info.
Yes, very
Perfect.
good. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
And then I actually pulled this school to make a correction. So I'm sure that you read this, and if you were really paying attention, probably had a minor heart attack at some point with this.
Okay.
But right now it says granting your annual license, which shall remain active and valid through March 31st of 2026.
Okay, very
I would like to give you more than 4 days for your annual license. So we would like to change that to reflect 2027.
Okay.
It's just a typo that we wanted to correct for the record, so
Okay.
Tuesday would come up very quickly.
Okay, very good.
Yes. Commissioners, any additional questions or comments? Any public comment? Sir, do you have any more questions or comments? Good. Then do I have a motion to accept the revised staff recommendation as noted by the director for number 3728?
Motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you, sir. I appreciate you
Okay,
being
my
here.
pleasure. Have a wonderful afternoon. Thank you.
We are moving to number 39, I think. Marlene's Training Center, Oakland Park, number 3665. If you're here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. Hello.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Dr. Errol Param from Marlene Training Center. This is Dubois Marlene. She is the director of the school. She is also the executive director. She's the president, and this is Paul Ricardo, vice president.
Thank you all for being here. I believe this was a pull for yours, Director?
This was. So, Commissioners, you'll see in front of you that one of the contingencies on this is a request for a submission on an update of the status of your PN diploma program. So right now, the institution has two programs. You have an HHA and your PN program. So I see that all of the enrollments, about 96 of them, have all been in the HHA program, and we don't have any reported enrollments in the PN program for the last 3 years. So can you kind of give us an update on that PN program? Is it closed down? Are you not enrolling students anymore? Are you going to start enrolling students? Can you give us an update for that?
The problem with that 23, 24, and 25 is that during all that periods, we try to a correspondence, email, and everything, so we never have answers. Sometimes we do have the answer that we need, but not the real one, such as you can do it. Prior to that, in 2022, there was a gentleman from CIE, I don't know who that is, that's what she said. I mean, both of them, a woman and a man. And they kind of talk a little bit, we didn't understand. So we wanted something definite from CIE. So that's why we waited all this time to continue the program. Now that we have a specialist that we can, our conversation is fluid between us and her, I believe it's Miss Sadler.
Mm-hmm.
Things are going forward.
Okay, so is your intent to maintain that program and to recontinue enrollments?
Yes.
Okay. I think the director saw those zeros and concerned that you may want to remove it from your programs that have been approved. Commissioners, do you have questions about that program?
Yes, if you're going to continue, enrolling in this program, can you talk a little bit about what you're going to do differently in 2023? You had 13 test takers with a 0% pass rate, and in 2024, much smaller number, 2 test takers with a 50% pass rate. So I know you had no test takers this last year, but if you would have had another one, then you would have gone on probation.
Students, usually they keep on challenging the NCLEX. That's probably why you're seeing 2 people passing, 1 people passing this year, and so on.
But you understand that you have to maintain an NCLEX pass rate at or above 10% below the national average, which typically is around 85 to 88%, and you had a 0% with 13 test takers and a 50% with 2 test takers.
Had they continued enrollment, they would have been placed on
They would have
probation,
been
is
placed
what
on
you're saying.
probation,
So
most
you're
most
not-
likely.
Are you not placed on probation if you don't continue to enroll in this program?
Well, they don't have testers. So if they don't have testers, after a certain number of years with no testers, the Board of Nursing will put you on probation automatically. But if you have a bad score and then they didn't have testers that next year, there was nothing to judge them on for that second year, so they're not currently on
Even the
probation.
0 for 13 would not have done that? Really?
No.
No.
It's pursuant to the regulations. Yes. So my concern is, if, that's why we wanted to understand whether or not you would be continuing with this program, because I have serious concerns about the quality of the program and your ability to meet the standards for teaching it.
Of course we do, because with us, we have certain agencies, certain organizations that help us. I'm talking about Evolve, ETI. I already have it, Evolve, Elsevier. The books that we're going to use is from Elsevier. And then they have program for the students especially that I don't know how much they're going to charge, but we are going to utilize them.
As I spoke yesterday, and you probably were not here, is that you are responsible for the curriculum. Talking about a publisher or a third party, products that they have, those are there to hopefully supplement, add on to it. But you have the responsibility through your instructors to teach and educate the students and to get them in the path that they need to be successful. And what you failed to show to date is really, if I add all this up with the 15 test takers and you had 2 passers, you know, that's about 15% overall pass rate in a 3-year period of time.
Sir, let me ask you a question. You guys, you had what appears to be almost 100 enrollments for the HHA program in 23, 24, 25. Is that correct? Right. So arguably, that program is successful.
So far.
The placement rates we're seeing are also in the high 90s, and the retention rates too are in the high 90s. Purely from a business standpoint, do you agree that it might be best, since you haven't been enrolling students in a PN program, to focus on that HHA and maybe maintain success of what you're already doing well, rather than trying to begin another program that arguably you weren't successful at when you first started?
I understand your point of view, but the thing is, we already have hired certain professors, such as NPs. We have MSN that are willing to come and to support the school and to, of course, because we're not going to pay them a lot of money. You understand that? But they are willing to teach for us.
Are you paying them currently?
Pardon me?
Are you currently paying these
No.
individuals?
No, they are not starting to teach yet, but
Right.
they are.
So that's kind of my point, is you're going to take on the financial burden of executing a program that you haven't shown you could execute successfully again if you begin to enroll in that program. And I can't tell you what to do. I'm just telling you that when you find something you're good at, you stick with it. And it looks as if you're good at the HHA program, and redirecting your focus to the PN program that you went 1 for 15 for could undermine the success of what's actually paying you right now and doing a good job. So I'm not telling you to relinquish the program, but I'm telling you, as a business owner, I would put my focus at the thing that I have, a tried and true record of being successful at. I would have concerns if you restart enrollments in this program. I don't know how long Commissioner Litvak, how long do they look back? Would they look at those 22 numbers and then immediately go on probation?
I am unclear what they would do.
You see with the gap there?
Yeah, the gap, they may just say, well, I know that there are certain attorneys that might argue, well, that wasn't a year they had no numbers, so it can't be held against them, so they have 3 consecutive years.
But it's possible that the
It's
BOM
possible
would
they
look
could
at
look
those
back
enrollments and immediately put them on probation once they test.
Yeah,
Right.
But it's also possible they will not, because of what I said. There's an argument to be made that it talks about like 3 years consecutive, and if you had no test takers, is that 3 years?
But if they had 4 this year and went 100%, they would still only be at 30% pass rate.
No, they wouldn't. No, then that would be fine, because then you had 100%. They look at it by year. You have to have 3 consecutive years.
So it's not cumulative as
It's
a
not
rolling
cumulative.
period
Nope,
of time?
not at
Okay.
this time.
All right. I'm just trying not to set you up for failure, right?
Pardon me?
I don't want to set you up for failure. I'm just trying to look out
I
for you
understand.
that I had concerns about how all of that coming together at the same time could undermine the success of your HHA program and cause complications and greater expense to you with this other program, should you restart those enrollments.
Yeah, there's also some other issues that were raised here that I need to make sure we're all looking at, is that the advertising of unlicensed programs is there.
Which programs are you talking about?
So what we're looking at here is they have programs for PCT, thank you, for PCT, PCA, MA, even the LPN, they advertise as LPN. I think the program's actual name should be Practical Nursing Diploma, as they're advertising it. I don't think CPR is something that we do license, but So do you understand that, like certain of the programs that you guys have on a sign outside, I guess, in front of your building, it looks like, that you have to have approval for these programs?
The thing is when on the on-site visit, when the person came, we had a sign in the school that was not taken down since like 2 years. He showed us. We kind of ignore it, but we don't have those programs actually.
Do you guys, you have other sources of income aside from this operation? To support yourselves, I mean.
Yes. We have a CPR program, so that we use. We do CPR almost every day.
Okay. Because I'm looking at the assets you have available, which are very small with a negative cash flow for 2025. And I'm thinking about, I'm not confident you even have enough cash to pay an instructor to teach a PN program, should you restart those enrollments. Do you see that, Commissioner Litvak?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
I'm not confident there's even enough cash to pay an instructor.
I agree also, yes.
For a PN program that has had 0 enrollments, but if they took on an enrollment, there's less than a month's worth of cash there.
I just don't think they have the financial or the instructors and everything else to be necessary to teach these programs. Do you guys have a Yelp page at all?
Excuse me?
Do you have a page called Marlene Training Center on Yelp?
No.
That talks about.
We did at once, and then somebody hacked it.
Because there's a lot of information out there that talks about other programs again.
Right.
That's
So
as I'm looking at it.
This is not us.
Well, it appears to have like your address still, and
It is the same address. I've looked at it. I've seen it, but there was no. I don't know how to get rid of them.
Commissioner Litvak, I might suggest that we find a substantive change based on financial soundness and move them to provisional. Add in contingencies associated with advertising of unlicensed programs, in addition to the 7 or so that look to be already on staff recommendations.
So I'm sorry, where are we getting the unlicensed, I'm sorry, I don't see it in the summary sheet. Where are we getting the unlicensed activity?
At the site visit.
It is from an on-site visit that occurred February 18th of 2026 and is still an outstanding deficiency.
and also, Council, as I search for their name on the internet and stuff, their name does come up, identified with their address and a number of spots. If they don't own that, someone did put information about these businesses in there. It's hard to believe that it may be a third party, but you can still claim these things and make sure that you clean them up. So,
okay, what are the unlicensed programs?
It is a PCT, which is a patient care technician. It is a HHA, a PCR,
They're licensed.
sorry, PCA, and a medical assistant.
I also have from the site I'm looking at, Med Tech, Pharmacy Tech, EKG, Phlebotomy, a traffic school, which I don't think matters, or security training, which I think would also.
Which website contains it?
Yelp.com/business.
Yelp's a third-party website.
It's a third-party website. But the information, someone put it in there. We specialize in nursing assistant training.
We hire someone to try to clean all those things,
And what I'm speaking about, the ones that we saw on our site visit, wouldn't be you needing to hire
He's
someone.
already gone.
Okay, I was about, but.
He's already gone.
And that's fine. But why were you advertising those programs?
We weren't doing that. It's something from the past. Or I'm not aware of it, but it was something from the past.
So they were your closed programs, but you were still
Closed.
leaving the signs out for them?
Yes.
closed programs as in previously licensed?
Yes, they were previously approved, but, or at least the, can I see that list real quick? They previously were approved to have that home health aid program, they had a CNA, they had a patient care technician, they had a phlebotomy. So they did have some of these programs approved at one point, but they've been closed since then. So as we all know, you should not be advertising any program that is not currently approved by the commission, which the only ones you have approved right now are your HHA program and your practical nursing.
Yes.
So how do you feel about the substantive change,
No,
financial soundness?
I'm good. I'd also ask
provisional?
for a submission of an NCLEX improvement plan, I guess, a licensure improvement plan.
Yep.
I have concerns with you enrolling individuals in this. I don't think the numbers are going to get big, so I don't think we have to put a limit on it right now, but
Well, they'll have 90 days to satisfy what was existing 7 and now might reach.
like, as you
8
think
or
about, if
9
you're going to teach this
contingencies.
program, think about how you're going to improve the results that you've gotten in the past. Are you going to get a new dean of nursing? Are you going to
No, that's a
do
new dean
additional
of nursing
faculty?
that we have now, right now.
What's that?
That's a new dean of nursing. We already fired the other one,
Okay.
long time ago.
So if you hired her, then she should be able to describe changes she's going to be able to put in place in your improvement plan?
Yes, we have a group, actually, that are doing all those things. She is the leader.
All right, so you understand we're asking for an improvement plan that's going to kind of
Improvement,
describe
yes.
these items, so we can see how you're going to meet the standards.
Of course.
Do you agree that having I think it was 11 people test and getting a 0 out of 11 is unacceptable?
I do agree.
13.
And, well, it's 13, I'm sorry, I didn't have it in front of me. Figured to go lower, this way I can't get in trouble. But, that's what we're looking at. And so, as the commissioner was stating before, give serious thought if this is really a program that you are committed to and you have the resources, financial and otherwise, to undertake it at the level it requires.
Can I inquire, your 2025 year-end financials show HHA tuition at $48,000, and then there's another that says other income at $218,000. If you weren't enrolling in the PN program, where's that other income coming from?
Of course, the other incomes is from the CPR that we do, etc. Now, there is no etc., just CPR. The problem here is with the CPA. We changed CPA. That's it.
So what do you charge for that CPR course?
Pardon me?
What do you charge for that CPR course?
$50, depends on the time.
So let me make sure I'm following you here. I'm old, so please give me the opportunity to use a calculator. So how many CPR students did you have last year?
One together. It depends on a year-to-year basis.
No,
on a
I mean
month-
this past 2025, last year.
Right. 100? More than that. More than 100.
More than 100?
Yes.
Because at $60 per person, you would have trained 4,443 people to get to the number that you're showing in revenue.
And also there was a traffic school that we have too, which is not regulated with those.
So on your financials, it does state that the company operates a school that trains home health aides, practical nurse, and offers the following programs: traffic school, security school, CPR training, and in-service renewals. What are you doing with your traffic school, can you kind of describe that school to me?
First-time driver, we also have first-time driver, and people who have tickets.
It's a 2-hour school, 2 hours school, 4-hour school, it depends.
For
on
Class
the-
E
for classes,
licenses,
yeah,
like for
4-hour classes.
16-year-olds who are learning to drive?
Yes.
Are you licensed by Florida Highway Safety and Motor Vehicle to do that?
Yes.
So one of you is an instructor with a commercial license instructor?
Yes.
Which one of you?
Somali.
I'm an instructor.
I'm sorry?
I'm the instructor for the traffic school.
And you have a license from Florida Highway Safety and Motor Vehicles to be a
Yes.
commercial driver instructor?
Yes.
From NCSI.
NCSI.
I don't know who NCSI is. Who is that?
It's to provide for the traffic.
The company for the traffic school.
Okay, well, the state of Florida requires you to be licensed by HSMV.
We don't have a license for that.
Okay, and so the NCSI is inconsequential. You have to have a driver instructor license.
No driving. No driving school.
I'm sorry, what?
We're not doing driving school.
Okay, well then where's the money coming from?
We're just doing the alcohol and drugs. First-time driver.
I'm not
And the
following
tickets.
you. I'm sorry. You said that you do a driving school for first-time
No
drivers.
driving school. No driving school. First-time
I feel
driver.
like I'm taking crazy pills. A few seconds ago, you guys said you had a driving school.
Not driving school. It's a traffic school for first-time driver and also people who have tickets for 4 hours, BDI.
When you say first-time driver, are you
Yes.
talking about a
Before
Class
they go-
E license for someone who is 16
Before
years
they go
old,
get the license.
is
they
trying
have
to get their initial license?
Yes,
Thank you. So you have that program.
yes.
That program is required to be licensed by Florida Highway Safety and Motor Vehicle. So you're saying you have that license for that program?
Yes.
And you have a license as a commercial driver instructor to be that instructor for Class E?
They never ask us for commercial driver. I have a DNE driver license.
Okay. That particular program is not governed by CIE under statute 1005.
No, it is not, but if I may, if it's being offered by Marlene's Training Center, that has to
Exactly.
be disclosed
That's what I
on a
was about
form
to
8 something, what is it?
Yeah.
303.
Yeah, that's what I was about
Form
to say.
303, that, and, yeah, oh boy.
Yeah. So this is very messy. What you have is very messy.
And I'm sorry,
Right.
there was a traffic school, and what else? What other school was there?
A security school, can you describe that security school to us?
That's been closed. Security school been closed.
When did you close it?
Long time ago.
So your
6 years?
Your CPA is still reporting it as operational on your 2025 financials.
Yeah, and in 2023, you advertised on Facebook that the security guard Class C was still available.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's your
CPR.
year ended December 31st, 2025. Notes to your financial statement under business, it states that the company operates a school that trains home health aide, practical nurse, and offers the following programs: traffic school, security school, CPR training site, and in-service renewals. And that's on your 2025 financial statement.
That's a mistake right there.
So I'm gonna ask the commission their opinion on this. My original thought was that we would move this to provisional for financial soundness because they lack the resources to maintain that PN program, which has had 0, but they claim they have someone they want to hire for that. But what we look at now is 7 deficiencies plus marketing of unlicensed programs in addition to inaccurate financials with programs that are not listed if they're doing it under the license, regardless of whether it's in 1005 or not with HSMB. If they're doing it under the license, then it should be an approved program with us.
Quite frankly, this should never have come, in my opinion, to the commission with a recommendation of granting. I think it should be a denial, and maybe we go through these, we reword just about all of these as a grounds for a denial, and we add a few others.
I agree.
So we're missing criminal justice information for this director of education. That's a ground for a denial. We evidently don't have an updated clinical matrix or sufficient executed clinical agreements for the PN program. That's a grounds for a denial. We don't have a practical nursing student disclosure. That's a ground. We're missing a financial statement, number 6. That's a ground. And apparently we have low graduation rates.
We also have inaccurate financial statements relative to the reported enrollment.
And you have advertising unauthorized programs.
And advertising of unlicensed programs.
Yep.
I support what you're saying there, Counselor. Commissioners, how do y'all feel?
I support.
Okay. Then what is the motion that I'd be seeking?
So the motion is going to be to deny the pending application on the following grounds. Failure to submit a criminal justice information investigation for the Director of Education, Harold Pyram. Failure to submit sufficient executed clinical agreements for the practical nursing program covering all the required competencies. Failure to submit financial statements of the controlling principals. Low graduation rates. Unlicensed advertising of several unlicensed programs, including patient care technician, patient care assistant, and medical assistants. Failure to disclose additional programmatic offerings on the Form 303. Financial statements reflecting insufficient capital. Also, the financials also are, according to the institution's own testimony, contain inaccurate representations of programmatic offerings. I think that's everything.
That should do it.
And then there's one more, failure to submit a sample of the practical nursing student disclosure, CIE Form 609, containing all information the institution is required to provide the students for the 2025 calendar year.
Commissioners, I have a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you for outlining it for us, Counselor. You guys will receive a clerk to order denoting as much.
So it goes without saying that you will receive a notice of intent to deny this application, and that notice will also include, you know what, let's have a second vote, to order the institution to immediately cease and desist all operations. Second motion.
So can I get a second motion? Yes, ma'am.
And
Second
conduct an
to
orderly
move
closure.
that
And
amendment
to conduct
the
an orderly
motion.
closure.
Yep.
Yeah, so can I get a second motion ordering the institution to cease and desist enrollment and conduct an orderly closure?
So moved.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries as well.
So your notice of intent will contain in detail the grounds for the denial of your application for annual licensure renewal. It'll also contain an order that you immediately cease all advertisement, all new enrollments, all operations, except for the purpose of teaching out your currently enrolled students, and an order for you to begin conducting an orderly closure. And any rights that you have to appeal that will be indicated in the notice of intent.
Thank you for being here, guys. Expect that notification to come in the mail within the next 30 days.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, that takes us to, we're going to do 45 and 6 at the same time. number 12678 and 12677 from Sage. Thank you for your patience, guys. Appreciate you sticking around.
Thank you for having
Ms.
us.
Mulherin, I know you're a long way from home, so appreciate you flying across the nation to be with us here today. I know that your staff recommendations don't have contingencies, and thank you for having all of that put together. I think the only thing that we wanted to chat through was what we talked about earlier with that guy from Newport Richey and how you are handling all of the chaos out of Department of Transportation. And also the nomenclature on ELDT for advanced programming. So easy conversation, but how's Secretary Duffy treating you?
Well, you know, Secretary Duffy's doing well.
I do too. I agree with you.
Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Steve Loftus with Sage. I'm the Director of New Business Development. I also work closely with the operations here in Florida. So I am new to Sage, so 4 months in. So we're working through a lot of things. So
Yes, sir.
Lynn Mulherin with me.
Good afternoon, Lynn Mulherin, International Education Corporation.
So with you guys being nationwide, I bet you guys 50 different versions of what you're having to figure out all at the same time, and I don't envy you that task. But for Florida, what we've been trying to do, if I can put this succinctly, is follow the defined term in FMCSA's guideline, which is entry-level driver training, ELDT, which is, they refer to as their minimum 31 pieces of curriculum that you have to go through in order for CDL training, independent of the class of that license, whether it's B or A. And we've been trying to get everybody to say entry-level driver training when indeed that's what it is. What you have on your program title as licensed includes that, but I think if I'm reading this correctly, what you really mean some of those to be is add-ons to ELDT. Did I get that right, man? Like you've got a 40-hour Class B. Is that a total ELDT Class B? Because you also have an 80-hour version of that. Help me understand the differences between those two.
So in compliance with ELDT, we obviously, majority of everything we have enrolled is a CDL 160-hour student in order to be compliant with FMCSA.
Will you move that mic up a little bit, buddy? I'm sorry. You're a tall guy.
So I'd like to take the opportunity to talk about the add-ons, as you would say. The
Okay.
Refresher and advanced classes. Those are for drivers who are already licensed that may not have driven for a certain period of time. So they may need a refresher class to come in at the request of an employer, at the request of, moving, getting back into the industry. They're already licensed. They've already met those requirements.
Okay, good. That's why I was trying to get to. Thank you for that clarification. So really, that's not ELDT. It's a refresher course.
Correct. And
Okay.
based on the recommendation of the commission from the last meeting, name changes have already been submitted to the commission. Probably prior, obviously, after you guys received your permit.
Sure.
So
Sure.
the proper name changes have been submitted to the commission based on recommendations from the prior meeting with the commission.
So
TPR has been fixed.
hold on, we'll get to the TPR in just a second, please, sir. So you have one 160-hour program that's truly ELDT, right?
100%. If they
Right, and
student
that's
is-
for Class A, obviously.
Correct.
Do you have an ELDT for Class B?
Yes. we
How
are
many
approved
hours
for
is,
that.
which one is that?
It is right now, it is a 40-hour program.
Okay, the ELDT for Class B that I see shows 80 hours.
Well, we have both of them approved in 2 of our locations in Fort Pierce and Plant.
Okay, well, the 40-hour one that I see for Class B says advanced, which, if that's the case, I don't know how the one that's 40 hours and not 80 would be the advanced one.
Well, that would, again, I apologize, Chair William. Again, if the individual has the A for that particular class.
So that one is a licensed program.
Correct.
I got you. So
Correct,
you
correct.
see why we're trying to get
I
this nailed
understand.
down. People are going to be confused about which program
Agreed.
is which. I'm
So-
confused. This is what I do for a living, so I'm trying to follow.
Yeah, so if they're advanced or intermediate, they're required to have a Class A or Class B CDL currently
Okay.
already. they would not meet the definition of a ELDT.
Right.
Coming into the program for
Right.
that particular program.
Yeah.
Because they're already licensed.
Yeah, so any program you've got where you're training licensed individuals, we're not going to use the term ELDT, because technically you're not
Right.
allowed to teach them, per FMCSA in that regard. You're not going to re-enter them into the TPR if they're previously licensed, right?
Correct.
Okay, so you guys have updates to that? You said that they've been submitted, or perhaps?
We do, but just to speak to that, because I'm hearing you say that they do have to have a license or a prior license. Do you have that admissions criteria in the catalog that specifically stated that to have admissions to these programs? I think that was where a little bit of the confusion was coming in as well.
At this point, to my knowledge, no, it doesn't have a prerequisite, but we can add that to the catalog as a prerequisite and amend the catalog to make sure that is listed.
That would make the most sense, because I think that was where a lot of looks like they would have preference for somebody that has prior experience, but it doesn't specifically state they would have prior experience. So then it does appear that they would have to take that full ELDT program as an entry-level driver.
Understood.
Yeah. So what it comes down to is if they're unlicensed, it's ELDT.
Correct.
If they
Hands
are
down.
licensed, it's not.
It's not, correct.
Right, and you can call the licensed programs, whatever you want, because that's not a defined term within FMCSA. It's the unlicensed ones we're trying to get that consistent verbiage, right, for. So you're dangerously close to being right where you should be with this. And appreciate the effort to capture those terms. We're all navigating this together. You and I both live at the confluence of the DOE, the HSMV, the FMCSA, and one most of you never heard, the AMVA, which covers testing as well. None of those four government agencies talk to each other. So it's up to us to navigate this together, right, to figure out what their intent was. So I appreciate your patience, and that was the reason I pulled it. Otherwise, you guys were stellar with what you submitted. So do we want, how do you want to phrase it?
Do you want a contingency for this, or do you want me to I can ask a separate question if that's okay, and just let me know if this works. So you have already submitted documentation to the commission to change the nomenclature for those, the advanced and intermediate, I believe. So we have that in-house. If you could, go back to that and correct the catalog and your program outline to clearly state the admissions requirement, so then those two nomenclatures, that aligns.
We'll have it done right away.
Okay.
Yep.
And I don't know that that needs to be a contingency
I don't
as
feel
much,
like it
just
does,
as.
because we're just cleaning up typo stuff. This isn't material to the training you're doing.
Correct.
It's just clarity for people who are considering.
Understood.
And reviewing what you have. Okay. That's really all I had, and I think we're close in the state to getting all of this the same. So folks will be able to analyze and compare apples to apples when they look at Sage versus any other provider, because they see the same terminology over and over. Okay. Do you guys have any other questions or concerns?
Not at this time.
Nope. Commissioners?
None.
Public comment? Then we're going to accept staff recommendations as they are, and then you guys just work with staff to clear those things up. So then can I have we'll do these at the same time. Can I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for 12678 and 12677?
Motion. Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Thanks, guys. Appreciate the conversation.
I'd like to thank you all for your time, and I'd like to especially thank Barbara Davis and Brandon Elridge for everything they do for us.
Thank you. Yeah, he's a stud. We're glad he's with us. That's for sure. Don't know what we'd do without him. Thank you, sir. All right. I think we're on 50. Is that right? TLC Medical Training, Pompano Beach, 8990. Hey there. Good to see you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. The owner is not able to be here, and she asked that I stand up here for Joey Smith Consulting.
Thanks for being here. This was yours, wasn't it?
It is. So Commissioners, I have a correction, or an update, I guess, to the staff recommendation. Currently, you have two contingencies in front of you, the second one being submission of a graduation improvement plan and a requirement that the institution is ordered to submit a progress report for that graduation plan. The institution did inform us that they had made an error on their 801 form. They did go back in and correct that error, so now it does reflect a 60% graduation rate, which does not warrant the second contingency or the requirement for them to submit a progress report, so I am now recommending striking the second contingency as well as the progress report requirement.
So just keeping the first.
Yes, just the first one.
Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
All right. Commissioners, any questions or comments on that? Any public comment on that? Then do I have a motion to accept the revised staff recommendations for number 8990?
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate your help. Number 53, at long last, Trinity Global Institute, Orlando, number 7932. If you're here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. Oh, you're just leaving. I got excited for a second. I thought you might be with that institution. Okay. This one's yours as well.
So, Commissioners, what is in front of you today is just to find that the institution fails to be in full compliance to hold an annual license and issue a provisional license, which shall remain active and valid through March 31st, 2027, with 5 contingencies in place. The questions I had for the institution, had they have appeared, were related to their practical nursing program. They are not on probation with the Florida Board of Nursing, but their 2025 score was at 55%. So to speak to them about that, there is a requirement for contingency 5 to submit a remediation plan for that PN program, and also to ask them about their financials. It appears that the last financial that we have received was dated for December 31st of 2023.
So I have some of the same concerns raised. Also, if you go back in time, just so they had a 50% pass rate in 2023, 2024, 66.7. 2 test takers in 2023. In 2024, 3 test takers, 66.67. And then this is the concerning part, in 2025, 20 test takers with a 55%. And so my concern is that's a lot more test takers, and what was it going to look like for this year, 2026? How many people enrolled? Do they have the commitment to financial resources again? Also, the numbers aren't making sense. The number of graduates they have is somehow less than the number of test takers. And I don't know how that cannot be possible. Because prior to 2022, they had no one graduate, which is clear. But somehow they had 2 test takers, but they show 1 graduate for 2023. In 2024, 3 test takers, but they only show 2 graduates. And in 2025, they show 20 test takers, but only 11 graduates for the program. Can someone help me with that math?
Well, to add to it, they're showing 100% placement rates across the board, even though they have all those failed tests.
I will submit that the preponderance of evidence we have here doesn't motivate me to even issue a provisional license. We had a litany of contingencies outstanding, not even counting the challenges that you just outlined, which were not even included in here, or Commissioner Iuliano's. Director, I'm open-minded if staff wants to maintain their recommendation of an issuance of provisional. But if you're indifferent to that, I'd like the Commissioner's feedback on a straight denial.
The only thing I would bring to Commissioner Lipback's attention just for consideration is the institution is COE accredited through December 31st of 2031, so this will impact that accreditation.
And they just got their grant 4 months ago.
Yeah, but again, they have a right then to come in and speak to us. And
correct. I just wanted to bring that
to COE will
your
understand that, and COE may want to also take a look at this.
Yeah, it's not instantaneous. They have the right to come in
But
and
they're really
clarify
serious.
all
There's
of
very
this.
serious concerns because the numbers aren't adding up, which is always, when I look at the numbers and I can't make sense of them, that's a real concern, which is you're reporting to us, what are you reporting to COE potentially? So I think it's something we should be looking into, and at this point.
To add insult to injury, they're located in Orlando too.
Say that again?
They're located in Orlando. They're not very far
Oh,
away from where we are right now.
Yes.
Right. So should we decide to deny that, they have the opportunity, without worrying about their accreditation, to rectify that with us prior to it affecting their accreditation, right?
They do. So they could appeal the denial, and if they choose to appeal the denial, request an informal hearing, cure all of the deficiencies, and return to you to ask for a license.
To be clear, I don't think we can speak to whether that's going to affect their accreditation. That's up to COE.
Correct.
Right. I guess my point is, in my mind, contingencies are small things that we don't think are material to the performance and outcomes for students that we can clean up post-granting. This, in my mind, these aren't contingencies. These are massive deficiencies that don't give me the confidence to issue a provisional personally, and I don't expect everyone to agree with me, but I want to have a conversation about that.
No, like when you're not able to submit financial statements, it says something. Like, we can understand something may not get submitted. That happens sometimes, but there's a litany, like you said. So if you're not capable of meeting this administrative burden, how are you meeting the administrative burden to run the college?
So I think the motion is to deny the application outright on the grounds of the 6 deficiencies identified, in addition to the incoherent numerical figures.
Graduation and placement.
Graduation and placement.
And financial soundness for supporting the problem on the program's ongoing.
I'm sorry?
The financial soundness of being able to sort the cost of these programs ongoing. We haven't seen the cash since 2023.
Yeah.
And even that number was not a massive number.
That's the motion, and then, of course, that's going to include a cease and desist, or will cease and desist of all operations, except as required for the teaching out of currently enrolled students, and for the institution to conduct an orderly closure.
Agreed. Commissioners, does anyone disagree with that?
Nope, I'll make that motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you, Counselor. Very helpful. All right. That, I believe, closes out the section and moves us to section G, where number 2 for section C, we put a pin in earlier. What's the name of that? The Jacksonville Health and Beauty folks, if you guys wouldn't mind coming back to the podium. Okay. Yep. You don't have to.
Hello. First and foremost, I'd like to reintroduce ourselves. I'm Eric Nguyen, part of the manager at the Jacksonville Beauty School. This is Director Nga. And behind,
My name is Hương Nguyen. I'm teacher of FASO of the school.
Thank you for your patience, guys. Go ahead, Counselor.
I'm sorry, Chair. Just before we start, I just want to get a clarification. Mr. David Pinnell, he's not coming?
Right, I'd apologize. He said there was miscommunication between our attorney. Devin is not our attorney. He's actually our consultant. He's not here at the moment, but he wanted to see if we could have a recording of the recommendations of the contingencies, but our attorney said that that's not allowed here. So we're just going to scratch that. And who is your attorney?
Well, no, okay. So who is your attorney if it's not David Pinnell?
Right.
Who's your attorney?
So you guys don't have a name?
Right. We have 2 consultants. We don't have an attorney.
Okay, thank
I
you for
apologize.
clarifying that.
Okay.
Okay, so let's be clear, this, we're not going to take a call at this meeting, okay? Just, we've done that before, it gets messy. Thank you.
Understood.
Unless there's
No,
disagreement.
we're not.
Okay.
It doesn't work.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to
No,
speak
it doesn't.
for the commission on that. It's just good for the record and all of that. So secondly, this meeting is public. The meeting is recorded. There's no reasonable expectation of privacy. Anybody can take out their tape recorder and record the public portions of this meeting, not private conversations in the hallway. Let me just make that clear. But so the meeting is public, it's recorded. You'll find it on YouTube.
Yeah. So it is made available to you. So anything we have conversation will be recorded. You can go back and refer, and that's for every CIE meeting.
Perfect.
Yeah, you don't need to worry about recording
Also-
it because it's already out there.
Also, your specialist has already emailed the institution at the email address on file a copy of the summary sheet that includes all of the staff recommendation and the grounds for that recommendation. So you have that. And if you ever have any questions about that, feel free to contact your program specialist, and they'll have that information.
Understood. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so how long have you guys been in operation? You got a pretty low license number there.
Started around 8 years ago.
Okay.
Around that
So
time.
in that period of time, you've held a provisional license that entire time instead of being moved to annual license, because we've had consistent struggles there. They've never been, yeah. So I'm just trying to get my mind wrapped around the length of time that you guys have been incapable of moving from provisional to annual, which is what usually happens at the 12-month mark, right?
Oh, I was under the impression that we did have an annual license, and we were just renewing for this year.
Well, the information that the director has that she can speak to here is that you've been on provisional that entire time.
So there was a notice of intent to issue an annual license, and that was from 2023. I don't know that all your contingencies were ever fulfilled in order to move to the annual status. So you were still on the provisional status because of those outstanding issues.
Understand. Thank you.
Yep. So, what's that? Okay. So broadly speaking, and I know this is an open-ended question, how are things going?
Things are going well. Post-pandemic, things have slowed down a lot. We'd have to transfer to the online methods, and it didn't really go well for us, so we went back to square one, just word of mouth and bringing people in, and things have been steadily going back up.
And you have separate businesses that you may be feeding your graduates into, you may be hiring some of the people that graduate from your school, is that right?
Right. We do have connections with other beauty salons and spas.
Okay. Are you yourselves hiring them for another business that you operate?
We do own a couple.
Okay.
Correct.
So I want you guys to think of the commission as a resource and an ally. With you not making it to annual and having deficiencies that were never solved over a period of years, it always makes me question the quality of the operations on the ground, right? And that's not an indictment on you personally, and I'm not judging you. We're being curious. So I'm thinking that on-site visits could be in order, right? Just to make sure that things are what we would expect as far as adhering to student needs and making sure student outcomes are the primary concern. And that may very well be the case, but there isn't an on-site visit on the contingencies right now, right?
That is correct. That
Okay.
can be added as a contingency.
Right. How many students do you have right now?
About 30 at the moment.
Wow, okay. Well, then it's definitely worth taking a look and seeing how things are going. I'll ask that you guys recognize that the the consistent deficiencies and contingencies could make someone think that you're not taking this seriously, right? You sat here all day and listened that what we really want is for you to succeed, right? And because your success is tied to student success. So we want both of you to succeed, genuinely. Did you have something you want to say? I see your finger on the button.
I do. I
Go
have
ahead.
a question about your enrollments. So you're stating that currently, as of today, you have 30 enrollments? 30?
It's every day we have students that come in, about 10, because they get their own hours. But currently enrolled 25, 30.
25 or
currently.
30. And you're enrolling them how often?
About every 2 months.
Every 2 months. And so in 24-25, you had approximately 997 students enrolled, but now you're at 30. Can you tell me what happened between these last 6 months?
No, it's the 30 every 2 months.
So you're saying all the other ones that you've had students graduate, and those would count to your total enrollment for the year.
Exactly.
What do you anticipate that your total enrollment will be this year?
Trong một năm á, total trong một năm thì bao nhiêu người nộp vô trong một năm?
Một năm thì khoảng 90 mấy.
Nói vậy không đúng, tại cô đã biết.
I mean, even that's only 120.
Thì đó khoảng đó.
900.
There's no way to get to 900.
At the rate since our previous years, it's around the 900 mark is what we're hitting. So we assume that that's going to be the case again this year.
So 30 every 2 months.
Right.
That's not 900 a year.
Mà nói this time nó slow. Tại cái this time mình đang hỏi.
Right.
I know, but the
900
numbers
number
show-
was from 2000, was last year, is correct?
So 24-25, you had a total of 997 enrolled, and in 23-24, you had 965 enrolled.
I see. Right. This year is very slow. It's not, we don't assume that we're going to hit the 900 mark again, but
And you're thinking you're going to hit more around the 180 mark?
usually our students come in, we get around after the high school and college mark. Usually in the summer, it picks up. So right now we're in March. Usually around June, it starts picking up to maybe, we assume up to 100 a month enrollment. So usually right before the renewal period, around October, we get an influx. And that seems to be the trend every year, per year.
How are you tracking the time that the student hours that they're getting?
We have manual sheets, so when they come in, they log. We also have 3 teachers on hand, on site every day.
And what's your busiest program?
We have a flexible schedule, so usually a lot of our students are working part-time and other odd jobs and gigs, so we let them come in throughout the 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. in their own time, and our teachers are there throughout the day.
And I think he's asking you which program is your busiest program out of your cosmetology, facial specialty, full specialty, and nail specialty.
Nails is our one by far, by a long shot.
Right, Chair, I have a little bit of concerns because we don't really have a lot of information about what's really going on with their institution. And it's been a while, and even things like not having the proper refund. If you've been doing this for so many years, what happened to your refund policy? Who's updating your catalog, and are you actually doing refunds appropriately?
Yeah, I think what's happened is they've been skimming along with unfilled contingencies remaining on provisional without actually rectifying those or having the license denied, right? Because when was the last time we saw the school?
I think it was 2023.
Right.
So I'm of the opinions, which is my opinion, with the other ones where we denied, that this one should be denied. And then they have a right then to try to fix the contingencies and try to get it back. But at this point, how many years does it take to fix these issues?
We are aware of,
yeah.
sorry, don't mean to interrupt. We are aware of the 8 contingencies. Our consultant has worked through 7 of them, the one that he's working on.
And again, I like consultants to help you,
Right.
but it's your responsibility to complete these forms, not the consultant's.
Also, and I'm sorry, who's your second consultant? You don't have to give their name if you don't want to, but if you do, I'm just curious.
Cái người thứ hai của mình là consultant, mình có 2 người, là có 1 người. Trước mắt thì có tôi nó là, rồi có ai giúp mình.
You know what, actually, you know what, just so as to not make it personal, I don't want to know who that is, but how long have you had these consultants for?
Devin has been working with us for 6 years now.
Okay, it's not working.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
No, it's not working.
Right, it's
You
not
understand?
working. Right, we understand.
So
and let me be very clear, because I'm not interfering in a third-party business relationship, but what I'm saying is what the institution is doing holistically is not working. That is not a knock on any particular individual or company. Okay, so you understand,
I apologize.
it's not working.
I misspoke. I meant working with Devin for 6 years now.
Right, okay, and I'm just saying what the institution is doing is not working.
So how much of the time that your students are spending on their flexible hours do they actually, are they actually being instructed as opposed to simply working within the facility that you're operating?
Our school, our salons are separate from, the partnerships that we have with our salons are separate from the school. But during the school, it's the entire time. Well, give me 1 second. Giống như nửa chừng đi làm rồi nửa chừng đi học. Giống như 50-50. It's split around 50-50, the clinical side and the.
But during that time, because what we have listed is instructional hours, right? Right. So I'm asking if there's times that you're logging as instructional hours where they're not actually being instructed, where they're working independently without an instructor who is teaching or overseeing what they're doing.
There's, at most times, there's at least 2 on site, but we have 3 instructors there, and they're there every day.
And when they go into the community and are applying these trades with other salons, are those salons paying you for that? Are you receiving funds from the other salons where they may be going into the, and doing their hands-on training, so to speak? Are you being compensated for that?
Nó hỏi mình, có khi mình cho cái salon có cho lại tiền lại không? Nếu mình cho học sinh đi tập ở kia, mấy cái salon khác. No, we are not being compensated for it.
So when those individuals go to another third party, and they're applying their trade of what they've learned, you're not being compensated by that facility for the time that they spent there.
Oh, I understand your question now. Let me just
sure, take a moment.
Discuss. Thank you. No, okay, mình cho mấy cái học sinh nó học mấy cái salon khác. Rồi mình lấy cái giờ đó nó mình đâu có làm gì bây giờ. Mình đâu có làm gì. Giống như mấy cái học sinh nó cũng ở trường học thôi. Đúng rồi, nó học nó thực tập thôi. I understand. There's been a slight confusion.
Sure.
Our students stay in our beauty school, and they do not get trained outside with our partners. That's only after the fact, after they graduate.
Okay, so they're only doing the hands-on portion of their training at your facility.
Hands-on.
Sorry, Mr. Nguyen, didn't you introduce yourself as the manager of the establishment?
Right.
Did I?
So when a lot of our instructors are Vietnamese immigrants, from a long time. We've been in the business for a while. My Vietnamese is only from, I only learned it through word of mouth from my parents. So there is some sorts of language barrier.
But not between me and you, and you're the manager.
Right. Not between
Don't you
me
know
and-
what's going on at the facility you're managing?
I do. It's just the details gets lost in translation. That's why I need
Yeah,
to.
but I just need it in English. You're the manager. You should know whether the students are getting all of their hands-on training at your facility or not.
Right. I just want to make sure that the hands-on, I just don't want to misrepresent and misspeak.
I bet you don't.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. So all the hands-on is done and performed at our facility only, to answer your question.
Yeah, so I think I concur with Commissioner Litvak at the epic nature of these shortfalls, but I imagine that a denial would result in an appeal and give us the opportunity to see what's happening and compare actual student records to the reality of what's going on, on the ground there with regard to matriculation and time spent and oversight. My concerns would be the independent or autonomous nature of doing that work without direct oversight or instruction, either at their facility or at others, being considered part of their instructional hours, which would clearly not be. Commissioners, do y'all have thoughts on this or questions?
More questions than thoughts.
Please.
One more question for you. So most of your students are going to end up needing a license from the DBPR, which is another one of our Florida agencies. How many students is your institution on an annual basis actually confirming with DBPR that they attended your school?
Can I have a moment to discuss?
Mm-hmm. And I say this because when I ask you this question, I also want you to know that I can verify it with DBPR and I can get a list of the students that they say have gotten a license through DBPR that have said that they attended your school and that your school signed off that they attended there. So I just want to make sure that we're only signing off for students that actually attended your school when you're signing off with DBPR for verifying their hours.
Because those numbers should be the same, right?
They should.
So if the motion is to deny the license, are there any additional grounds that you commissioners want to find other than the 8 which are listed?
Possibly. Hold on just one second.
You mentioned a site visit, or is that in the 8?
Well, in the denial, it wouldn't be a contingency. There's one and two.
I may be a little sensitive.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
To answer your question, yes. The answer is yes. Those numbers should be the same, and they are the same.
So you're running about 900 each year? Or less, because you would probably have just your graduates from that year, maybe a couple of leftovers from the prior year if they're waiting to get licensed for a little bit, but it should be right around 900 each year that you're affirming with DBPR?
Right, 900.
Okay.
Do you know what DBPR is?
Yes. Florida Business and Professional Regulations.
And what do you charge for this nail technician program?
The charge,
You're the manager.
right. We have competitors, and our prices change and fluctuate, but right now they're 600 to 900.
Dynamic pricing.
And that includes all the tuition and all the kits that we provide.
Okay, so does the consistency of pricing application obviously has to fall within disclosures to the student of what they're going to be paying, right? Right, because $600 divided into the revenues on their profit and loss does not come to 900 students?
Sorry, it's not 600, it was 900.
Well, let's do that math. Yeah, so that actually comes to about 547. So your revenues are about half what they should be based on the number of students that you're reporting. So there's your other substantiation for this.
Sorry, that's just for the nails. When we do the other programs, it should match up.
Right.
Yeah, the facial's about 1,200. And the full specialist is around 1,800. I'm sorry, we just had the tuition rate change, so.
Yeah, so you're going in the opposite direction. You're adding even more revenue that should be showing up that's not. What you just said doesn't fix the problem, it makes it worse. Does that make sense?
To be clear, we also don't have, I don't think, current financial information for the institution. That's one of the problems.
No, I have a balance sheet trailing in 24 from more than a year ago, which is one of the deficiencies and reason why we.
And I may be super sensitive to this after the last 2 days, but I mean, the numbers on this audit, some of them have dollar signs, some of them don't. Some of them don't have commas in the thousands, some do. They don't line up. None of the numbers line up. They're all indented differently. And, you know, the guy's address on his report spells the word avenue wrong in his street name. And I don't know, maybe I'm sensitive to this, like I said, but I wouldn't mind a phone call being made there.
Commissioner Caballero, do you have any thoughts on the financial statement?
Other than what our commissioner there just said.
So this is what I think, Commissioners, based on where I see the conversation heading, that it's a denial based on the 8 deficiencies noted in the summary sheet. I would add, there's nothing that prevents your executive director from conducting an on-site visit, and nothing that prevents us in the meantime from contacting the CPA to verify that those financial statements are valid.
And just for the record, I haven't gone through all of them yet, but it appears that in 24-25, that the institution, so individuals who were submitted to DBPR that had credentials from Jacksonville Health and Beauty School are totaling, it appears, a little over 1,900 in names.
From the year 24 to 25?
Mm-hmm.
Right, that is correct.
And so, based on what you were just telling me, does that sound normal? Because you were telling me you get about 1,000 graduates each year. So you have almost twice as many that are going to get licensed for 24-25 that you're stating went to your school. Does that sound, do those numbers sound correct?
So 1,000 from 24 to 25, and you're comparing that to our...
The list of DBPR. So just the list that DBPR has of individuals who are trying to get licensed that are stating that their credentials are from Jacksonville Health and Beauty School.
And what is the question here?
Does that number sound about right? The 1,900 for the year 24-25?
Our graduates and our license.
Those are the students that are trying to get licensed with DBPR.
Right. Yes, that does sound correct.
Okay.
That's got to be like a full-time job in itself, doesn't it? You know, having the institution having to certify 1,000 people every year, right? Am I just?
7 a day.
I mean, I guess it's
Something like that.
So
Well, no, it's almost 2,000.
there's also one, I'm just going through the catalog, and I may be reading something wrong here, but under cosmetology, it's listed as 1,200 clock hours. But then when I look at the chart, they do show 1,200 in theory, but they show another 610 hours in services. So I would think then it would be 1,810. Because the students are required to complete those services, isn't it typically included? Cosmetology is not my area of
Well, and that
expertise.
was why I asked about how they're keeping up with student records, because if they're showing 1,200 in theory, it should not be flexible hours, because you can't just walk in and out of a theory that's being instructed by an instructor.
Correct. And
right?
there's another 610, but they're only showing, when they're listing the clock hours for the program, in the program description, 1,200 hours.
Yeah,
It doesn't make sense.
yeah, I'm in support of where we landed previously, unless anyone else. Do you have what you need to be able to substantiate?
Yeah, so I think the motion is a denial for the 8 reasons noted in the summary sheet: cease and desist, orderly closure, order to conduct an orderly closure, cease and desist except for the purpose of teaching out any students who are enrolled as of the date of the notice of intent, which is going to be issued. And then I think the message has been sent clear that the commissioners want there to be an on-site visit, and are reaching out to the CPA to verify the validity of the financials that we do have.
Agreed.
And if need be, even in the event these deficiencies are all somehow satisfied in the near future, if we find more serious violations, we can take them to probable cause.
Agreed. Okay, that is the motion, commissioners. What are your thoughts?
So moved by me.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you. Within 30 days, you'll receive a clerked order from council here summarizing and denoting everything that we just outlined.
Can I just have clarification?
Sure.
So the cease and desist order?
The commission has just voted to issue a notice of intent to deny your pending application for licensure, and a written order of cease and desist will issue sometime next week.
Okay. Meaning,
Meaning that the institution will be obligated under law to immediately cease operating, cease enrolling, cease advertising, and can only operate for the purpose of teaching out the students who are currently enrolled. So that cease and desist will be issued. This is going to be one of the priority clerked orders sometime next week.
Right.
understood. Thank you.
Thank you for giving us all the information. We appreciate it.
Thank you so
Safe
much.
travels back. All right. Section G. Give me a moment here. Application for license by means of accreditation. There is one Southeastern Medical Academy Marathon, number 5386. If you are here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. No one? Okay. Commissioners, do you have questions or comments on this? Staff recommendation was to grant the LBMA with no contingencies.
None.
Do you have anything additional? I do not. All right, then do I have a motion do I have public comment? Do I have a motion to accept staff recommendation for number 5386?
Motion.
Moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries us to annual review by the license of means of accreditation. There are 7. Do I have a motion to accept these items by consent?
Motion. Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Director, I don't recall you needing to pull any of these.
I do not.
Commissioner Caballero, do you have any you'd like to pull?
No, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Giuliano?
None.
Commissioner Lynn?
None.
Commissioner Stefano? Commissioner Litvak?
None.
Really?
I've had none a couple of times.
I'm just playing with you. I have none either. So do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for Section H, items 1 through 7?
Motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries us to Section I, which is application for program approvals and modifications. There are 5 schools in this section. Do I have a motion to accept these items by consent?
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Director, do you have any you would like to pull from here?
I do not.
Commissioner Litvak?
None.
Commissioner Caballero?
None.
Commissioner Stefano?
None.
Commissioner Lynn?
None.
Commissioner Giuliano?
None.
Make sure. I have none either. So any public comment on those 5 or anyone here from one of those institutions who has questions for the commission? And do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for Section I, numbers 1 through 5?
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries us to Section J, which is a motion for extension of provisional licensure. There is only one, which is the phlebotomy training specialist, Lauderhill, number 12835. If you're here from that institution, please come forward and introduce yourself.
Good afternoon. I'm Gino Carnesian, the compliance supervisor from the corporate office.
Thanks for being here all day. You're at the very end of the agenda. You've been very patient.
Very fun, very far flight, so good stuff.
Well, it's a learning experience for us all on days like this. Thanks for being here. Tell us a little about what's going on and why you need the extension.
When we first got our provisional licensing, we were originally in Doral, and then we had a issue with the landlord and the leasing situation there. We had to actually move out of that space immediately.
Oh, yikes.
During that time, we were unable to get our approval from the board for a change of location, and we were unable to hold classes, which obviously impacted the financial statements, the retention rates, the graduation rates, and so on and so forth. And so we recently just got that approval this 4 months ago, and so now we're able to hold classes, and we're hoping to show forth our new metrics and our new financial.
Okay.
status for that, yeah.
Well, I'm sorry you navigated that landlord situation. It sounds unpleasant.
It happens, and you know what? We move on and we strive. We have 130 campuses around the country, so it happens.
Oh,
more.
wow. Is this year only in the state of Florida?
So far, our board is really excited to open up more campuses here, except just it's been a little bit of a hat trick to get us off the board. So.
I'm excited for you guys to open too, because every time I get stuck, I feel like it's Stevie Wonder with a lead pipe shoving something into my arm. And I need somebody who's good at what they do, right?
And that's what we're here for.
Okay. Oh, good. And how many locations do you guys have around the nation?
130 phlebotomy locations.
Holy cow.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Where's the concentration of your highest concentration?
Our largest states are California. We have 29 locations there. Texas, we have 18. And then we're littered throughout everywhere else. Georgia, it's our closest state here. We have 3 up there. So lots of good stuff.
I assume your favorite state is Florida, right?
I've been here 3 times in the last 4 months, and it's been great.
Yeah, good. Good. How long have you been with the company? Because you sound like you know what you're talking about.
I've only been with the company for about 6 months. I was brought on to help manage all the compliance and all the renewals and all those things, and so I get to shovel stuff professionally.
Good. Well, I look forward to hearing how we compare to other states down the road when we have a hallway conversation. I'm always curious of what it's like in other states as well.
Mm-hmm.
Well, sorry you navigated the landlord issue. Thanks for clarifying for us. Thanks for waiting. Commissioners, do you have any concerns or questions? Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations to grant the extension of provisional licensure?
Motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That carries, which means we'll see you later this year.
Yeah, we'll see you then. All right, please.
All right, Section K for motion of extension of license, there are 4. Do I have a motion to accept these 4 by consent?
Motion. Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That carries. Director, did you add any to your list of 0?
I did not.
Commissioner Giuliano?
Nope.
Commissioner Lynn?
Nope.
Commissioner Stefano?
Done.
Commissioner Litvak?
None.
And Commissioner Caballero?
None.
I have none either. How long of an extension? Just before we take this motion, can you look at number 4, which is 13050, and just tell us if this is their first request for extension? Commissioner Litvak, I'm just taking a page out of your book for a second because this nursing academy, I want to make sure that we've not been dragging something on. This is their first one. Okay, good.
Yeah.
All right. Then do I have a motion? Well, do I have public comment on any of these 4? Anyone here from these schools who would like to speak to us? Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for Section K items 1 through 4?
So made.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That carries us to Section L, which is motion for request of extension of time. There are none. And in Section M, there are 4. Substantive change approval. Is there a 5th? There's a write-in. Oh, you're right. Camps and Career Institute, number 4074. Okay, I don't have a note that we're taking this by consent or approval, but you have consent. So before we do that, why don't we I'll just take the first 2 because those are my pulls anyway, and then we can do the other 2, if that's all right, unless you want to do it backwards. The first item was 160 Driving Academy, Orlando 7751. If you're here from that institution, please come forward and introduce yourself. Nobody's here. But we had the same conversation around the description of the program and ELDT's definition via FMCSA as the others. Is it fair to say that's just the same conversation?
Yes.
Okay. Did staff have any, I know financial sound was one of the basis for the issuing this provisional. Was there only these contingencies and move to provisional was
Yes,
the plan?
that is correct.
Okay. Okay. Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendation for number 7751?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That takes us to number 2, Champion Driving School, Largo, number 9018. If you're here from that institution, please come forward. I thought that might be you. I didn't want to take it by consent. You've been waiting patiently all day.
No place I'd rather be.
That's nice of you to say. I don't believe you. So we have a long list of, please introduce yourself. I'm sorry.
My name's Craig Parsons. I'm the director and owner.
Thank you for being here, Mr. Parsons. We're assessing 8 different contingencies. I'm assuming that you received, and have you had the chance to familiarize yourself with those?
The contingencies were all sent back. Some of them were sent back in December, some February, and then some about a week and a half ago in March.
Sure. Well, you know, some of this trails and the ones that you rectified most recently obviously didn't make it onto our paperwork. Just out of concern for how things are going with all the chaos, I know you heard the conversation we had with those other guys. How are things going for you?
Pretty good. I mean, there's some slow months. We had the hurricane, the end of
3 of them.
24.
Yeah.
September, October. That kind of ruined the rest of 24.
Yeah.
Kind of carried over into the beginning of 25.
Yep.
But it's picked back up and things are looking good. I want to thank the Department of Education for finally addressing the unlicensed schools.
Yes, sir.
Because I've had many thousands of dollars poached from me.
Yes, sir.
By schools that opened up a couple miles from me that took the money from the students and then couldn't get them jobs because they lied to them about they work with companies, which they don't.
Yep.
And then they called me up and want me to help them, and there's nothing I can do unless they want to go through the school.
Yes, sir.
So I do appreciate that.
Well, thanks for that. And I'll echo what you said. That end of 24 was brutal, and it ran into the Q1 and Q2 of 25 for us as well. So misery loves company. So I share your pain there. I would encourage you because you are in Pinellas County, and it's the most densely populated county in the state of Florida, and there's always those little mom and pop-ups that, you know, take people's money. I would encourage you when you see those, send them to the director. How many cease and desist have you sent out?
I've emailed them. I didn't in the beginning because I didn't want to be that guy.
No, be that guy.
And then when it started to affect, you know, I had one I guarantee was affecting you too.
Where at?
Tarpon Springs.
Yeah, I know those guys. I think they come and go, right? I mean, I think karma's a real thing, and what you put out, you get back. So we can navigate through it, but I know that when you see those, I think that it's in the public interest for you to send those to the director. So please be that guy.
Yes, sir.
If it makes you feel any better.
Now.
Well, look, if it makes you feel any better, I emailed her last night with about 7 more that I stumbled onto, so it's a regular thing.
There's still some in Tampa too.
Well, we would welcome that collaboration with you to make sure everybody's doing what they're supposed to be doing. Some of these things that are outstanding for you guys, well, most of these things that are outstanding is just paperwork. And you heard us having that ELDT conversation earlier.
Yeah, I'm going to have to look at the catalog because I know our catalog that has been approved every year since we opened has been theory, behind the wheel, range or yard, and then behind the wheel road.
And all that's still true. All that's
Which is all true, but I don't know that it specifically says ELDT in there.
Well, it's more about the title of the program, so folks can understand if you're unlicensed, then it is you're obligated by FMCSA to say it's an ELDT program. But do you do refreshers? Or do you just do entry-level driver training?
No, we do some refresher training.
So there's just on those, we're obviously not using that terminology. We're just trying to create some consistency so when people are assessing, they're looking at apples to apples.
Yes, sir.
Does that make sense? Are you a TPA also? Do you do your own testing?
Pardon?
Are you a third-party administrator for HSMV? Do you do your own testing?
Yeah, I've been a state tester for July. It'll be 21 years.
Good Lord.
So
you know where all the bodies are buried then, don't
I've
you?
tested over 10,000 drivers for the state. That's why I opened the school up, because I tested for other schools and I saw the way that they trained.
Yes, sir.
And I said, I think I can do it better.
Well, thanks for what you're doing, and thanks for your patience navigating all this today. I'd like for you to think of the commission, and quite honestly, me and the company I represent as a resource and an ally in this. I think we want the same things.
Thank you.
And, if there's ever anything we can do to help you, we certainly want to be able to do that. Do you have any other questions or concerns for the commission?
No, I see the contingencies. Like I said, I think they have all been taken care of.
Sure.
We're a small school. My daughter works for me. I stole her. She was my bank manager, and I stole her from Truist Bank. And my sister's my recruiter. So it's a family thing there. But I believe everything has been sent in as far as that. And I saw there's contingencies there on the financials. It says on there that they want something updated by September 30th.
I think you're looking at number 6, maybe, the financial condition fiscal year ending 25.
Yes.
So I think it's maybe because your financials are trailing and and so we need updated ones for the end of the year, which you're gonna have to pay Uncle Sam regardless.
At the end of the year?
For last year, so you're for 25, and then the next one after.
That's been submitted.
Okay, well then, and then the one right after that, I think was a progress report there.
I actually have my financials here, so I know it was.
Okay, good.
Yeah, no, sorry, Mr. Chair, the 2025 financials were there. I think that contingency
Yes.
is just for him to give,
It's a
an
financial
improvement plan.
improvement plan.
Yeah.
So
I
when
got
you're
you.
hitting, so for your 25, the December 31st, 2025 financials that you submitted had the negative working capital and the negative net income. So we're requesting a financial improvement plan based on that 2025 financial received.
I'm sorry.
So the financial improvement plan is based on the 2025
Yes.
financials that you submitted. So we need you to submit a financial improvement plan to the commission.
So what happens if the numbers look like you may be struggling financially, is the commission will be concerned about your ability to
I
serve the
have
student
the
interest?
financial improvement plan here.
Okay, then you understand why and.
I'm used to doing it.
And what and how.
Like I said, when I opened the school, I didn't open the school to get rich because we're very small classes.
Yes, sir.
And I've retired twice already, so I do this to help people and employ people, so that's not a problem. I will say, are you saying you want me to submit something by September 30th or no? The one that I submitted is good enough for now. All you need is a financial improvement plan.
Correct.
Well, that's one of those contingencies that you may have submitted already within the time.
No,
Okay.
this is a separate order. We need a progress report for the September meeting.
Okay. What does the progress report need to be?
I was trying to figure out where you were getting the September timeframe from. So the institution is ordered to submit a progress report for the September 2026 commission meeting and include updated financial statements to show effectiveness of the plan. So
Okay.
basically, when we get there, we need you to, first of all, submit a financial improvement plan, what you plan to do. And then right before that meeting, which 60 days before that meeting, you're giving us an update. How are you looking so far? Has your plan made
You're
an
not wanting
impact?
to submit another financial compilation then?
No.
Because
This
that
is
would run up
just,
about $22,000
no,
in
this is
financial
just your
plans for
report.
the past year.
Your progress report. It can be your internal, if you're looking
Okay.
at it internally and just giving us an update on,
I can
is it
do
working, those type of
Something
things.
from my bookkeeper.
Great.
Profit and loss.
That
or
is what we
whatever.
need.
Okay.
And just what I heard you say just then sounded like you paid for an audit, a financial audit.
No, I do a financial review or compilation every year. But
review, right.
Those range from $7,000 to $9,000 each time.
Okay. I heard you say that 20-something number.
That's because I just did one, and then if I had to do another one in September.
I was
and then if
afraid you
have
were
to do one
paying
at the
for an
end of the
actual
year-
audit, and I was going to tell you to do the review if you
Okay.
were doing that. Okay, yeah, no doubt. I mean, audits are painful literally and metaphorically, so the review
Yes,
is
sir.
always necessary. Okay. Well, listen, thanks for your patience being here today. Pretty cool to say there are 10,000 people that perhaps got lifted out of generational poverty because you've tested them and got them behind the wheel. Thanks for that. It matters more than most people realize, and I appreciate what you do.
Thank you. So they'll send me a clerk order then? Anything that still may need to be done?
Yep, we're about to take a motion on it right now, and that will be
Awesome.
sent to you from him. So do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 9018?
Motion.
Second?
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries, and you'll get a letter within 30 days.
Thank you.
And you'll still have
Sure.
that same language on the progress report that asks you to submit the updated financial statements. That's your internal ones.
So the one that you need in September.
Is internal. You can do internal
Right,
financial
but it's
statements.
just going to be from January 1st of '25 to, it'll be to August 30th, basically,
Yes.
or August 1st, maybe.
Yes, and it's just your progress report with
Right,
those
okay.
financial statements.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And to be clear, you'll be getting that order from your program specialist, not from me. If you're getting it from me, well, sir, you don't want to get it.
All right, number 3 here. Yeah, you want something from your specialist, not from Mr. Junta. So number 3 is 6051 Doxa Academy, Melbourne. If you're here from that institution, please step forward and introduce yourself. This other on substantive change, why is it?
So the institution in front of you, Docs Academy, is on there for substantive change due to their PN program being placed on probation by the Florida Board of Nursing. Their 2023 scores were 62.5%, 2024 they were at 36%, and 2025 they were at 54.55%. So we are requesting moving the institution for provisional. We are also asking for a submission of a remediation plan for that PN program, as well as progress reports to be submitted to the commission.
Commissioner Litvak, would you like to see them in person in May?
Oh, yes. There's also, when I'm looking at some of the financial information, sorry, taking your thunder. If you actually look at the form, sorry, what's that, 503 is what it is? Sorry, not as good as you guys at the form. But if you look at the signature of what supposedly is a CPA, it's just an initial, a single initial. And that CPA is not the same people who completed the actual audit, which is interesting. I've got some concerns with the follow-up for the information that's in there.
Yes, that is correct. So there's he's talking about right here that there's just a single initial of.
And it doesn't even say CPA next to it, like normally a CPA would sign there.
CIE, the print name of CPA completing the form.
Does it normally say independent there? I thought the other one said independent. No, not always? Okay.
I mean, he could be the owner of the CPA firm.
Yeah. It's just weird. I've never seen a CPA just do a single initial. They normally will spell out the full name, make it clear to make sure, because they're opining to the information that's in there. So it just raises concerns. Sorry, Chair.
Yeah, no, I'm glad you're looking at that. So I think, I guess what we're saying is in addition to those 7, we're going to add a order to appear at the May meeting. Okay. And I'm sure we can do our due diligence on the financials in between now and then. Okay. Anything additional, gentlemen?
Do we know how many
This is
actual
actually,
students are
I'm sorry, I know that this has already been said already, but I'm noting the financial statement does not appear to be signed.
Right.
Did I say that already?
Yep.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
that's what we're saying.
I'm sorry, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the other thing.
They've got the company's signature. Did you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's classic.
Like.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm behind, all right.
So are beyond the order to appear, are we keeping the 7 contingencies and adding nothing else?
I think we need new financial statements.
So you need the resubmission. If we have the financial statement that's not signed right now, do you want to?
No, because you could sign the financial statements as the name of the firm.
You can?
Okay,
You know,
I
so
get what
this
you're
is,
saying.
the signature is fine. I think
So he's saying that signature.
what Commissioner Livak was concerned about, that Form 604 is signed. We don't know who that person is. I'm saying it could be the owner of this CPA firm, but, you know, there's no.
Well, either way, our finances end in December 24, so we need updated versions anyway.
Yeah, because
a lot of irregularities in layout and margins, things that, like Commissioner Giuliano pointed out earlier, are suspect.
does it have to be a contingency to ask them to bring current enrollments and data, or no?
You can certainly add that as a contingency.
Okay. Yeah, at the next meeting, to actually have current enrollment data by program, so we know what we're dealing with. Oh, that's also true. Yeah, I missed that. The form actually is dated 8/7/2027 by the individual from the company, from the college.
Form 604?
Yeah, Form 604. That's what.
And I know this, I don't want to go down a rabbit hole, Commissioner Caballero, but I don't put taxes in my expense column. They come after my operating income line.
Definitely, I've learned a lot here about people.
I'm just saying is that doesn't seem like GAAP accounting to me.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I said,
Yeah.
I've been pleasantly surprised at
Right.
how things are
So there's more
classified.
reasons why to have that, have the representative show up.
Okay, wait, so
Did you
are
say
you,
pleasantly surprised?
He's being very New York-like.
Learning all kinds of new things.
That's definitely New York sarcasm.
So they need to show up to explain all of this.
so do you want them to submit new financial statements?
Yes, current.
I mean, it'll be great if we could have the 2025, you know.
Yeah, we need,
if we get
let's just say
closer.
year end, because they had to do taxes anyway, right?
Well, we haven't even addressed what, you know, Commissioner Young had also mentioned.
Yep.
Or just looking at the financial statements, the concern of, are there enough current assets to?
Yeah, to actually support the organization.
Yep.
So we want a new financial statement. Can that be a compilation?
No, they're too big for that. They have to have a review,
has to
right?
be what is-
Well, they've got to do a review anyway every year for us because of their size.
Correct, I just,
Yeah.
I don't know what,
So it's a review or an audit?
Yes.
I'm not sure what the deadline is for them to submit the 2025. Anyway, would it be within?
So right now, you have that they should submit all of these documents, I believe, within 90 days. So they would have the 90 days, and then if they needed additional time, they could request that from the
Yes, or he
commission.
to, yeah.
What do you think the fixed access?
Do you want them to be ordered to appear in person in July? Because otherwise, if you want them to appear in May as a condition of their provisional license, you might not have any of these documents by then, because you're giving them 90 days to submit these documents.
Correct, I mean, I know I go off, you know, my schedule, it's Title IV, my financial statements have to be done before June 30th, so that's why I'm not sure if pushing them to provide these financial statements, if we'll be able to get them on time. I mean, if it could be July and in person, I think great, because we'll theoretically give them more time to gather everything,
And they'll be here in person, too.
if that's okay with.
I'm just concerned with what I'm seeing, but yeah, I understand.
A few additional comments here, and these are notes. I have to double check them on the documents, but just to make sure that they're in the conversation. Am I right that there's a conflict in the refund policy between the enrollment agreement and what's in the catalog? The catalog states no refunds after the first week, whereas the enrollment agreement provides refunds through 50% completion, unless it's a 2-week program.
They have 100% retention rate every year anyway, so there's no refunds.
Oh, what a glorious.
Sorry, it's getting late.
They have 100% retention rate anyway, so they don't have to do refunds, so, yeah. God, I won't be here in May.
There's also different faculty count discrepancy. So the 401 lists 7, whereas the catalog lists 13. And then, of course, all the financials are concerning.
Yeah, like I'm concerned they're not really going to be an ongoing entity with $3,700, dollars.
Right.
And how are you making a loan of 7,300 to?
I'm just wondering whether we should do what
Someone
we've done
else, right?
before, which is deny it. Because I don't see them being able to operate with what we've gotten to date.
What is their enrollments? Just a second. So they're running 60 to somewhere between 55 and 65 a year, allegedly, with, I mean, their working capital year end
I mean,
was $1,000.
It is a snapshot,
Has this school ever been issued an annual license?
Yes,
Yes, it has.
yes.
Okay, so I'm sorry. So the signature on 604 That is the owner of.
That's the owner?
That's the owner of the CPA firm. So that's fine, you know.
So the question is, do we order them to appear with these additional contingencies around the inconsistencies on financials?
How about this? Have we already issued a delay previously?
No.
All right, if you want to, if you're feeling nice, issue a delay. Put in the notice, all of these issues that we've got. Okay, so the 7 listed here, tell them that, let me see. And order them to appear at the May meeting. So May 29th, I think. For them to appear on May 29th. Order them to satisfy as many of these deficiencies as they can by April 29th. And what questions do you want them to be prepared to address when they appear before you on May 29th?
Enrollment numbers by program.
And we'll also have NCLEX numbers at that point for the first and second, at least for the first quarter.
Progress in the PN program.
The financials show very little current assets.
Yeah.
We would like for them to provide us the 2025 financials.
When was the last time we've been there?
2022.
Y'all got time to go to Melbourne?
Wait, that was the last time they appeared?
No, that's their on-site visit was 2022.
Oh. Yeah, can we do an on-site?
Yeah.
Yep.
All right.
I think for a motion, all we need is a motion for the commissioners, for the commission to issue a licensure to delay of 90 days and order them to appear at the May 29th meeting to address commissioners' outstanding concerns and to provide the needed information by April 29th. And I will go through the recording of this this item and put everything I can in that notice.
I'll make that motion, so moved.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. All right. Aren't you glad we didn't do these by consent? All right. The last in this section is number 6321, School of EMS Palm Harbor. Well, the last one of this section, isn't it? Oh, we have the write-in. Sorry. Hello, sir.
Actually representing both.
Well, perfect then. How about that? Thank you for being here. Would you mind introducing yourself?
Yeah, Dr. Robert Stanley with Director of Education with both Camden Career Institute 4704 and School of EMS 6321.
Well, what a coincidence. That works out well.
It was Dr. Brooks did a site visit 2 weeks ago with us, and we asked her if we could actually get that one on the agenda so I didn't have to make the drive twice. And looks like she was able to get it done. So thank you.
But they didn't tell you you had to wait all day.
Right, yeah, right. No good deed goes unpunished there, right? Same agenda, end of the day. I love it. I don't have the staff recommendations in front of me for the write-in, but I do have them in for 6321, which is a substantive change in issuance of a provisional licensure. Are you familiar with all of this?
Yeah, this was a sale of our grandparent company. So, yeah. Yeah, our parent company is an ambulance company, so that's why we train the paramedics and EMTs. And then we acquired Camden, so we just went through that change of ownership, and now the grandparent corporation got a new investor.
So it's the same thing for both of these, being an ownership change, putting you back to provisional as a substantive. Okay.
Correct. And 4704 is actually licensed by means of accreditation, so I don't know how that would end up working. We just had our ABHES, ironically, we've had a KHEP site visit, an ABHES site visit, and a CIE site visit 3 weeks back to back this month. So this is capping off my very busy month.
Okay.
And you had to sit here all day.
Yeah.
Yeah. How does that affect them?
So the way your LBMA one will work is that the staff recommendation is that the commission find that the substantive change of ownership was conveyed, issue the provisional license, and then delegate the authority to myself to return the institution to LBMA through February 28, 2028, upon determination that they're in full compliance with the Florida Administrative Code and that the changes didn't have any negative impact on the business.
Would you agree the changes didn't have a negative impact on the business?
No.
Just on you personally, perhaps?
It's surprisingly, so my boss got a new boss, but really that's about it.
That's about it.
Yeah.
Operationally, are you guys the same?
Yeah, so we've run well, so I have taken over as the on-site administrator for Camden 4704 because their previous owner retired finally, bought an RV. So I've moved into overseeing both of them, but we have 17 locations throughout the country, so it's another one added to the pile. So no, operationally, it has not affected anything that we're doing.
Okay. So now are you part of a much bigger organization?
So School of EMS was always part of a much bigger one. We had 17 locations. We acquired Camden, and then the entire operation, both of them sold.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it was actually really inconvenient timing that we acquired Camden and then 6 months later everything sold.
Sure.
But I can't
So how many
control
schools
that.
in total are there now?
I'm sorry?
How many schools in total are there?
So it's actually just 2. The name School of EMS is the one that operates all those satellite locations. So we're...
And how many locations then, I should ask?
Location 17, I believe that, there are 17 states. It's somewhere to the tune of 60 or 70 actual alternate locations.
Wow.
Most of those are in fire department training centers. So we'll actually go to the fire department training center. We run that through our KHEP accreditation, and then we'll run the training there while we do the didactic on.
So you're like a in-house third-party vendor almost?
More or less.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Well, look, the world needs more first responders. Thanks for what you're doing.
A lot of fire departments want to run their own program, but they don't have the expertise in the accreditation and compliance side. So we'll come in, they'll provide us instructors, we'll hire them, credential them through our process, and then we'll oversee it from that end. So it's worked incredibly well.
It's a pleasure hearing you talk today about the quality of the, as you said, the accreditation process and what you have to go through and licensure process to understand.
It is a lot. We now have, this last annual report I submitted had just over 1,000 paramedics that had graduated last year. And we have been able to maintain an 84% pass rate on National Registry, despite those numbers going up. So it's
You didn't have 100% retention, 100% graduation, and 100%
No, surprisingly, not surprisingly, our retention started in the 90s and it's gone down as we've clamped down. National Registry came out with a new exam, so we took during COVID, we were very lenient and we gave people a lot of leeway. Now that things have kind of settled, we're back into hospitals, we've pulled that back a little bit. So our retention's down in the high 70s, low 80s now.
I was just joking with you, having a little fun. That was it. You're doing a great
know what, after
job,
today,
so thank you.
Well, look, ChatGPT is not coming for EMTs and paramedics.
Surprisingly, we are running into issues with them doing homework, though, because a lot of our homework assignments were written around 2020, 2021, and now you can plop them into ChatGPT and get an answer. So we are actually in the process now of rewriting our entire curriculum, and we're actually telling them to go to ChatGPT, put in a scenario, say what it tells you to do, and then critique it.
Interesting, right? Yeah. Rather than fighting it, right? Embrace that. That's
right.
Interesting. Well, you guys have been drinking from a fire hose here lately. Good job on managing all of that. Sorry you had to wait all day long. Gentlemen, you have anything further?
It's my pleasure to make a motion to accept staff recommendations.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Is it for both institutions?
For both.
Yes. For 6321 and 4074. Motion. Got a second?
Second, yep.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you for your patience today.
Thank you.
Look forward to seeing you a year from now, or maybe later this year, rather.
Yeah, I wouldn't rule anything out. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so section N, there are none. Section O, for a name change, there is one, which is the Military Transition Academy, Indy Atlantic, number 7862.
Sitting patiently in the back row.
Yeah, man. What a great guy.
I really actually hate to come up here considering I'm meeting you and this all being over. But I figured I was here, so if you had any questions, I'd come up.
Thanks for your patience being here all day. Thanks for what you guys do. Tell us what and why we're doing here. After you introduce yourself, please, sir.
Yes, sir. Dr. Eric Wright, founder and CEO of Vets to PM. When we first accredited with Mr. DeSalvo back in 2016, I believe it was, Vets to PM wasn't, it's recognized in the industry, but it was not recognized in a scholastic type academic setting. So we took the recommendation to be the Military Transition Academy. We've realized since two things. We focus on a very specific niche area of transition, like not into every job, specific project management jobs. And we've been approached by several states, Texas, North Carolina, Florida. And when we work with state officials, bureaucrats, legislators, et cetera, we're on ETPLs all over the place. They type in Vets to PM and they don't see it, and then it looks incongruent. So we're just requesting, and staff has recommended, that we just change it to Vets to PM, which is instant market recognition. And if you type the ETPLs, you see us. And the academy, we feel like, still meets your all intent, and it doesn't affect us, and our customers will still recognize us.
I agree. I think it's good branding. I have one of your coins.
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, it makes sense. And I don't have any additional questions, gentlemen, do you? This Halloween, will you come to my Halloween party dressed as the Big Lebowski?
Yes, sir, that's what my wife has me do. I put the robe on and hand out candy.
Dude, would be awesome.
I've done autographs in bars at Conventions Network.
Dude, it's so perfect. Well, thanks for being here. Thanks for your patience. I have a motion to accept staff recommendation for number 7862.
So move.
Moved
Second.
and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Be safe traveling back. Hope
Thanks,
this
Commissioners.
helps. Section P, there are none. Section 16, I guess that's program terminations. There are none. All the way through 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Oh.
16 through 19 are reports.
Okay. So is there a motion to accept the reports for section 16 through 19, which includes program terminations, approved applicant letters, licenses sent, and closed school reports by consent?
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries us to the
20.
Yep, 20 mark, which is just comments and commissioner members, right?
Yes.
All right. Gentlemen, floor is yours. Anyone have any questions or concerns they want to talk about?
We have a filibuster, you think, right now?
Yeah, I would require an in-person filibuster, but not a virtual filibuster. Hey, I want you to know that we might chide you a little bit, but man, I love what you're doing. I really do, seriously. Like, I don't have any expertise whatsoever in that segment, and I'm so thankful. We had Commissioner Cross and Taylor Ellis who understood this a little more, and since they're gone, having you here is wonderful to rely on because of the depth of knowledge you have there. And I think we got a dream team here, quite honestly. A lot of skills that are supplemental to one another and yin to each other's yang.
So don't leave me.
Yeah, none of you are allowed to leave until I leave, then you can go, so after that. Right, including you and Brandon and all of them, they're not allowed to leave either. I'm so happy to have Jenna back too. All right, well then I guess that's everything, and unless there's something I'm not forgetting, we are adjourned.
Thank you.
All right.
Good weekend.